Good morning and welcome to the New York City Council hearing of the Committees on Transportation and Infrastructure jointly with Public Safety. At this time, can everyone please silence your cell phones? If you wish to testify today, please come up to the sergeant's desk and fill out a testimony slip. Written testimony can be emailed to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to this hearing of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I am Sylvina Brooks Powers, the chair of this committee. Today, the committee convenes jointly with the Committee on Public Safety to conduct an oversight hearing on public safety in the subway system. In New York, public transit is an essential public service. Millions of New Yorkers and visitors rely on our subways and buses every day to commute to work, go to school, attend medical appointments, and enjoy all of the entertainment our city has to offer. Our transit system isn't just a transportation option. The city simply could not function without it. This is why we must have a system that is efficient, reliable, and safe. The COVID-19 pandemic changed many things about our city, including subway ridership. Even as the worst days of the pandemic now seem to be behind us, ridership remains at just over 60% of pre-pandemic levels. Some of this decline is undoubtedly attributable to changes in ways that people work, with flexible working arrangements, eliminating the need for many commuting trips. But it is also clear from the MTA's own surveys and feedback from our constituents that many subway riders take fewer trips in part due to a concern for their safety. A concern that has been reinforced by a spat of high-profile criminal incidents in the subway system, including riders being pushed onto the tracks from platforms, stabbings, shootings, and muggings. Concerns about safety in our public transit system create significant issues for a city as reliant on subways and buses as ours. The inability to attract riders back to the subway has a significant impact on the MTA's fare box revenue and has contributed to an operating budget crisis that could threaten riders with higher fares and service cuts. The idea that public transportation is unsafe discourages visitors who spend money at our local businesses and boosts our economy. Reduced transit ridership pushes our critical climate and environmental justice goals further out of reach. Finally, and most importantly, there is nothing more important to the Council than ensuring riders and transit workers are safe and free from fear of harm in our transit system. The focus of today's hearing is about ensuring that the MTA and NYPD are prioritizing the safety of public transit riders and the transit workers that make our system run. We look forward to hearing about the deployment of additional police officers in the subway system and other initiatives designed to deter criminal and antisocial behavior. We know that in recent weeks, the MTA has emphasized the fact that crime is beginning to decrease in the system and that the numbers are trending in the right direction. But when it comes to subway safety, perception is reality. And we want to know how the MTA and NYPD will not only continue to battle the very real crime wave, but will change the narrative about our transit system as well. Of course, our transit system is also affected by many of the other major challenges we face citywide, including issues of mental health and homelessness. And I do not believe that law enforcement is the only solution to these issues. It is crucial that we ensure that those experiencing mental health issues in our transit system are connected with appropriate services. In the last few days, we've seen new announcements from the administration on mental health issues, and the Council looks forward to hearing more about these plans, especially in conversation with the Department of Health in the near future, as well as the Department of Social Services, which we did invite to participate in today's hearing. And while they're not able to participate today, we look forward to speaking with them more on this matter as well. I also want to make very clear the fact that a person is seeking shelter in our transit system does not make them a public safety threat. Our response to the most vulnerable New Yorkers that interact with our transit system must be guided by compassion and respect. I'm excited to have this opportunity to hear from the MTA and later today the NYPD about their plans to continue keeping transit riders safe. I also want to thank the advocates and members of the public here today with us for their contribution to this important conversation. Before we hear from the MTA, I will next turn the hearing over to my co-chair, Councilmember Hanks, for her opening remarks. And right before that, I just want to acknowledge the members that we are joined by. We are joined by Council members Carr, Ariola, Rivera, Brannan, Botcher, Stevens, Farias, Aviles, Williams, Joseph, Holden, De La Rosa, and Yeager. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. Good morning. I am Councilmember Camila Hanks, and I am the Chair on the Committee of Public Safety. I also want to thank the aforementioned committee members and colleagues who have joined us here today. I also like to thank Chair Brooks Powers and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for holding this important joint hearing on public safety in the New York City transit system. Subway ridership has slowly increased as New Yorkers have returned to in-person work, following a significant drop in ridership during the pandemic. At the same time, there's been a steady increase in crimes within the transit system and some high-profile violent incidents that have traumatized many New Yorkers and resulted in public perceptions that the system is no longer safe. Our Mayor's Management Report for fiscal year 2022 provides some insight into the extent to which crime in the transit system has increased in recent years, largely driven by incidents in the subway system. Major felony crimes in the system are up 50% in the past year, with overall crime rates reaching comparable levels to that experienced pre-pandemic, despite the continued decrease in ridership relative to pre-pandemic levels. In recent years, the city and state have partnered to increase law enforcement presence in the subway system in hopes to address the quality of life issues and restoring public confidence in the safety of the transit system. I am interested in examining the impact to the increase of deployments and learning more where these officers will be placed, what roles they have served, and how the NYPD, MTA PD evaluate the success of these efforts. I am also interested in hearing more from the administration about their plan to provide care and support needed by some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers who seek shelter in our subways. An approach must be grounded in prevention and compassion. Finally, this hearing will provide Council with an opportunity to continue the much-needed discussion with our partners in the administration, the MTA, the members of the public, about how to improve safety in the transit system and return public confidence in that our subways and buses are safe for all New Yorkers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd also like to add that we have been joined by Council members Caban and Lee. Next, I'll turn it over to Committee Counsel for the swearing-in.
Thank you. I'm Elliot Lynn, Counsel to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee at the New York City Council. Our first witnesses will be from MTA New York City Transit, Richard Davey, President, New York City Transit, and Robert Deal, Senior Vice President for Safety and Security, New York City Transit. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Great, thank you. Well, good morning, and thank you for having us here today, especially Chair Brooks Powers and Chair Hanks, to give us an update on public safety in the transit system. As mentioned, I'm Richard Davey, President of MTA's New York City Transit, and I'm here with Robert Deal, our Senior VP for Safety and Security, and also a 24-year veteran of NYPD. This is my first appearance in front of the Council, and since becoming President of Transit this past May. So before we get into it, I'd like to introduce myself a little bit. I came to New York City in May from Boston, where I spent my career working in all aspects of public transportation. I served in Deval Patrick's cabinet as Secretary of Transportation for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and as General Manager of the MBTA in Boston, and then most recently in the private sector at Boston Consulting Group, where I worked with the transit systems across the world, including in Sydney, Hong Kong, Singapore, and the UK. I was a New Yorker from 1999 to 2002, including a Manhattanite on 9/11, and now I'm a constituent of Councilmember Bottcher in Hell's Kitchen. As a result, he's promised to be gentle in his questioning. Faster, cleaner, safer. In every professional role I've had, customer satisfaction has been my North Star, and it's driving force behind Transit's new Faster, Cleaner, Safer strategic plan. I know today's testimony is about the third, which we'll get into, but actually all three are very much interrelated. I know your constituencies and my customers care about having faster service, and so do I. I've directed Transit's speed team to find new ways to further improve service and cut down on subway customer journey times. We're also zeroing in on improving weekend service, as weekend service and ridership is climbing actually faster than weekday. We've hired Jose LaSalle as our weekend czar to come up with new service plans that allow us to complete important maintenance work while still getting riders to where they want to go. And we're not forgetting about buses. We're working with the city's Department of Transportation and the state legislature to expand our ABLE, our automated bus camera enforcement on buses. We're expanding transit signal priority and pushing ahead with our borough-by-borough bus network redesigns. We rolled out the Bronx redesign to great success this past June, are deep into developing the Queens bus redesign, and just released last week our first draft of the Brooklyn bus redesign as well. And of course, we continue to aggressively hire and train new frontline employees to fill the gaps in staffing that caused these past delays, particularly during COVID. Then there's cleanliness, which I think has a lot to do with safety. Through the station renovation program, we're making sure visible problems at our stations, stuff like broken lights, faulty PA systems, broken countdown clocks, are fixed. These are small things, but if no one else is around, makes our riders feel uncomfortable. So far, we've completed deep cleaning at 6 of the 9 stations located in the Bronx on the B and D concourse. And we are committed to finishing 3 more this year, and we'll be announcing shortly a goal of tackling 50 stations in 2023. We're also hiring hundreds of new station cleaners and train cleaners as we prepare to reopen bathrooms at 8 stations this January. And work locations another priority for us, for our employees. Maintenance rooms where some of our employees and their break rooms spend time need some TLC as well. So we brought some folks in to make sure that our facilities are improved as well. Let's take a focus on safety now. All these efforts, however, really come back to safety and the perception of safety, as mentioned in the opening testimony, in the system, which we all know has an impact on ridership. It's not the biggest factor behind the lower levels we're seeing. That would be the shift to work from home policies, which of course we can't do anything about, but it's not insignificant either. Customers are telling us in our surveys, as we've been launched when I became president on a monthly basis, that in our transit talks, which we're out at stations approximately every other week, that public safety is a concern. That said, we did announce just Thursday we hit a post-pandemic ridership high of nearly 4 million customers in our subway system. It's also important to note that New York is not also having this challenge with ridership, but every major transit system in America, in fact, is struggling to bring back 100% of its pre-COVID ridership. Nonetheless, we have to solve this problem, this issue and perception, and try to beat back the crime we do have in our system, because subways need to be safe and they need to feel safe. Not just helping back win new riders, but for the sake of those who have been riding with us all along. Essential workers and working class New Yorkers who can't afford a $50 Uber to get around. They deserve peace of mind and a safe trip. Luckily, as MTA Chair Janna Lieber has said, our working relationship with the state and the city has never been better. Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams have set in motion a comprehensive subway safety initiative that is starting to make a difference. We closely monitor crime statistics, and the November numbers show transit crime was down more than 13% from 2021. Year to date, there were 6.5% fewer crimes in the subway than in 2019, the year before COVID. Today, we also have fewer riders than before the pandemic, so of course it's not an apples-to-apples comparison, and it's way too early to celebrate, but I believe there is real progress that we can trace back to the actions by the mayor and the governor with more work to go. As part of their strategy, the NYPD, the lead agency responsible for maintaining public safety in the underground, is flooding stations and trains with officers. Anybody riding these days can see the increased police presence and hear the announcements about it on our trains. MTA PD is doing its part too. Bobby has been working closely with MTA PD to have officers backfill patrols at some stations in our commuter rail, subway stations in our commuter rail hubs. And MTA PD already has outposts there, so it's a natural extension of their duties, and it frees up the NYPD officers to be deployed elsewhere in our system. But cops are just one tool in a balanced criminal justice toolbox. We're also working with the district attorneys, judges, and the courts to expand the use of transit bans across the MTA so those that harm riders or our employees are kept off transit. A few years back, the MTA lobbied successfully for a state law allowing judges to implement transit bans as part of sentencing for certain convicted criminals who use our system for their crimes. And just last month, Suffolk County approved the first ever MTA ban on the LIR, and we hope there will be more to come. Expanding the applicability of the transit ban statute is going to be one of our top priorities, legislative priorities, in Albany this session. We also remain focused on fair evasion. Earlier this year, Chair Lieber convened a Blue Ribbon Fairness Panel, which will be releasing its report and recommendations soon. But we've already taken steps to combat this problem, launching pilots for both armed and unarmed gate guards stationed at MetroCard vending machines and the fare array. We're still waiting for more data to understand this full effectiveness of this pilot, but the preliminary analysis is promising. The emergency slam gates, as we all know, have become a major issue driving fare evasion, and we're seeing that in some high-volume stations. Simply having someone there to manage the gate for its proper purpose is paying for itself in many stations and not leading to confrontation. Another piece of the puzzle is cameras. When I got here, we took a deep dive into Transit's existing camera program, which was actually already impressive. More than 10,000 cameras across 472 stations. Now we're looking to expand that into train cars. Back in October, Governor Hochul announced that we're purchasing another 5,400 cameras to be installed on nearly 3,000 subway cars so that the entire fleet can have full coverage. The vast majority of our buses are already equipped with cameras, a full 90% of our 5,800 bus fleet. And all new purchases in our capital program, new buses and new trains will be fully equipped with cameras. Complementing these efforts is our recent announcement last week that station agents will be coming out of the booth permanently to take an enhanced role in customer service. They're also going to be the eyes and ears across our stations, across our station environment, from the turnstiles to the platforms. They will be an invaluable resource for us as we continue to look at safety. So we're leaving no stone unturned when it comes to customer safety. As president of New York City Transit, I take my responsibility to create a safe environment in the subways very seriously. We are here to serve New Yorkers, and we need every rider to get back as we stare down MTA's fiscal cliff. And now lastly, since public safety, of course, does play a role in it, I cannot pass up the opportunity to talk a little bit about our finances. The MTA's operating budget, to be frank, is in dire straits. In just a few years, we're looking at an annual recurring deficit in the range of $2.8 to $2.9 billion. The authority has limited options to balance the budget on its own, and none of them are good. Cutting service, laying employees off, raising fares. All would be devastating to the city and the region's recovery and economy. We need more mass transit, not less. So we're looking to the city, the state, and our federal government for help on a new funding model that recognizes mass transit as the essential service that it is, much like police, fire, and sanitation. Obviously, the more riders we get back, the lesser the burden on our government partners. And that is why a collective effort in solving the MTA's real public safety issues is so important, not to mention the perception they create, which often outweighs the reality. The city and the MTA have worked together in the past to eradicate crime in the subways and has gotten the system back to record levels of ridership, and I'm confident we can do it again. So I look forward to working with you all on solutions, and thank you for having us here today to discuss this important topic. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, President Davey. and thank you for submitting your testimony early. I appreciate the respect that you showed to us with that.
I wanted an A+ at my first hearing, Madam Chair.
Check. We've also been joined by Councilmember Lewis. So let's jump into these questions. Let's start with ridership trends in public safety. So subway ridership remains at just over 60% of pre-pandemic levels. In your testimony, you mentioned that you believe public safety concerns are keeping riders away from transit. How exactly does the MTA quantify how many riders are not taking transit due to safety concerns? If this is based on customer surveys, for example, how representative does the authority believe these samples are of regular subway riders?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I would say that we certainly look at customer surveys, and so what the MTA does, what transit does on an every 6-month basis, so a biannual basis, is do a very deep dive of our customers. We usually get about 100,000 customer responses for a valid survey, and in that instance, we can actually see customer sentiment by station, by line, by route, by bus stop. Then when I became president, I said, look, that's great, but checking in with our customers every 6 months isn't enough. And so what we've done is launched a monthly, what we call pulse survey, to see, is sentiment changing? Are things improving? Are things declining? Where and why? And should we have interventions, before the 6-month cycle? So to your point, we publish very transparently a monthly CompStat book. We publish lots of KPIs, I think a couple hundred pages. But what we've done is provided an executive summary for our committee, our board, and for the public to see. And what our customers, subway customers, are telling us is the 3 things that concern them the most are public safety, people behaving erratically, and homelessness. And then we asked them the follow-up question, what would we need to do in order to have you ride our system more? And again, not surprising, the order is slightly different, but it is fewer people behaving erratically, personal security, and then more visible police presence. Now, this was done in October, before the COPS, Camera, and Care initiative was launched, and before, I think, the flood. The chief will talk a little bit about the specifics, but there are cops, at least in my experience, on every platform during rush hour, all hours of the day. And so I think that increased police presence, I would expect we will see some improvement. Again, it won't be perfect, and we have work to do, but I expect we'll see some improvement from our November surveys, which I don't have the results for yet. But that's how we measure. Like, fundamentally, are we seeing that? Of course, we measured by crime and obviously statistics as well, but fundamentally, how are our customers feeling and what's preventing them from riding? That's how we measure our success or where we need to focus.
And what is the breakdown in these surveys of respondents by geographic location and whether they use the subway, buses, or commuter rail?
Yeah, so for transit, respectful of my colleagues at Long Island Railroad and Metro North, they do a separate survey, and I don't focus on those, so we can get you information there. Certainly, we can get you information exactly on how we break down, but we look to make sure we have a valid survey across the boroughs, across key demographics, obviously gender, race, income, and then, as I mentioned, for subway riders, bus riders, for both. We also ask our paratransit customers how their service is as well. Safety hasn't not been an issue for our bus customers or paratransit like it has been for subway. That's been more focused on service, but happy to give you the sort of breakdown of how we think about a valid survey. I will say this, having seen other survey departments, having run one in Boston, having seen a few others here in the United States, the customer survey group here at MTA is quite good.
Thank you for that. And what affirmative steps is the authority taking to incentivize riders to come back to transit?
Yeah, I think a few, certainly our Lucky 13 fare product, and so looking at ways that we can roll out fare products that encourage our customers to utilize our services. So I think after your 12th, starting on Monday, after your 12th ride using an Omni device, the remaining rides you have for the week are free. I know that we're going to continue, as Omni continues to roll out, see if there are other opportunities for improved fare products. About 40% of our subway customers today use Omni. Pretty good. We've got work to do. On bus, we have a lot of work to do. Less than 20% of our customers are using Omni today, and so I think that's going to be a big push for us in 2023. You know, MetroCard will be retired someday, probably not soon next year, but potentially into 2024. So we need to prepare, you know, New Yorkers for that day. So we have some work to do. But as Omni rolls out, I think there's an opportunity to be more creative in the fare products we offer.
And while the NYPD is responsible for deploying its officers in the system, the MTA has a part to play as well. How does the MTA coordinate with NYPD regarding the deployment of officers in the system? And how do these officers work with MTA police and the MTA train crews?
Yeah, so obviously to say we trade notes is probably even an understatement, but work with NYPD on a bunch of the metrics that we track and then, of course, what they track. So as I mentioned, you know, we have customer satisfaction data for every subway stop, and we'll share that. So if there are, you know, homeless issues, emotionally disturbed folks, you know, there are stations, as you all know, for example, in neighborhoods where there may be homeless shelters or needle exchange or some other social services critically important, but that might then have a disproportionate number of customers who are having those issues or suffering from those issues that may find themselves in our system. So we're cognizant of those as a deployment strategy. It's also been a strategy for us in our deployment of guards, unarmed guards as well. So we see where we believe there are higher versions of fare evasion in the system, and so rather than, I mean, NYPD continues to enforce fare evasion, but we thought a force multiplier would be to deploy these unarmed guards in the system to help. And I think that's paid dividends as well. Of course, again, I'll let the chief talk specifically about how there's deployment, but we work very closely in identifying those hotspots, if you will.
Two things you mentioned I'm going to get into also, but I'm interested in understanding and staying in the same line of questioning. In an effort to reduce crime, how is the MTA police being utilized? How are the MTA train crew being utilized? How is MTA leveraging its resources in light of trying to bring the crime statistics down as well? Sure.
So in terms of the people resources, as mentioned, MTA PD have been recently deployed in a couple of key locations where there's overlap with both subway and railroad ridership. Again, knowing that the principal responsibility for subway and bus safety is the NYPD, but MTA PD has certainly stepped up. Relative to our train crews, again, working with NYPD, what we've asked NYPD to do is to, when they're on the platforms, station themselves in the center of the platform where our conductor, you probably have seen our conductor pull down the window, check to make sure folks aren't, stuck in a door or doing something to the train per se. And we've asked our crews to make an announcement that the NYPD is on the platform. So we've automated that where we can, and then we've asked train crews to make that. We're still training about 6,000 employees to make this work, so it's probably not perfect, but I've observed and seen a number of those announcements. And so it makes sense, right? For a 10-car train, you're a customer in car 9 or car 2, you may not know that NYPD is on the platform, but to observe something. I observed this myself last week. There was a gentleman who was motion disturbed and coming on the 7 line, decided he didn't want to wear his pants for a little while, and obviously had some challenges, but NYPD was on the platform. The conductor knew and was able to get the gentleman some help. So I think that kind of coordination and communication has been very effective, both what we've measured and what I've seen personally.
And according to media reports, some train crews have expressed frustration about newly required announcements alerting passengers to the presence of NYPD. Does the need to make these announcements increase dwell times in station? And how will the authority determine whether these announcements are contributing to safety and not overwhelming passengers with messages?
Yeah, so a couple things. Number one, we look at the dwell times on a monthly basis. We see no evidence of the dwell times increasing, that's for sure. In terms of feedback, we did talk to our crews beforehand. I think the feedback I've heard is pretty positive, but you can't please everyone. So for those couple of members of the crews who may have spoken to the media and disagreed, sometimes change can be hard, but we've heard more positive than negative from both our employees and our customers for sure. So I think, again, the evaluation of the effectiveness is the feedback we're receiving, and it's been pretty positive. And as I said, I think, for that instance, I observed, customers knew that the PD was on the platform. PD was able to be sort of flagged down and address that, issue relatively quickly.
Now, just moving into the use of private security.
Sure.
The pilot program under which the MTA has hired private security guards to deter fare evasion in the subways has now been underway for 6 months at 6 stations. Can you tell us more about your initial assessment of the program's success?
Yes, maybe I'll correct the record if I could. So I think the program, now full-time, but not to brag, but was inspired by a visit I had very early on at Myrtle Wyckoff when we saw fare vending machines, all of them being damaged by a swiper whose business was to break the machines every morning and, and charge customers $2, I think, a discount or something, to get into the system. What we did is we started looking at what the fare vending machine data showed, where they were being broken often or in need of maintenance, and we decided to try an armed guard pilot at that station to stand literally next to fare vending machines. We put the fare swiper out of business. All of a sudden, fare purchases at that station and taps the station went up dramatically. So what we decided to do then was, for unarmed guards, look at a few stations where the slam gates, the so-called emergency gates, were being used maybe legitimately by one customer, a mom with a stroller, someone with a large backpack or a baggage, but then folks would piggyback in behind or otherwise around the person. So that has also been very successful. We have seen an uptick anywhere between 5 and 20% of fare tapping at some of those locations, and so we continue to roll those out. It is a bit of an expense, and so we have to think about, given our fiscal cliff, where we can deploy the guards, but it's also been great. It's also been a deterrent for crime. We had at least at one station 2 of our unarmed guards get in between a fight between 2 teenagers. One had a knife and clearly averted what would have potentially been a tragedy. So, they're not only providing the kind of fare evasion tactics that we want, but also our eyes and ears and well. Bobby, I don't know if you want to say anything more.
Yeah, I just want to add that, by putting the guards at these locations, we are seeing a lot of ancillary, benefits from it. And a lot of it has to do with, we're seeing like less fires at locations, less unruly customers at those locations. So we're getting extra benefits. It's not just about fare evasion, but by holding that gate, we're probably eliminating about 50% of the fare evasion that occurs.
And I know the MTA created the Blue Ribbon Fairness Panel. When do you expect those recommendations to roll out, and what has the mechanism for public input been?
So for the fare evasion panel, I think those recommendations should be coming early next year. I know they've been working very hard on a number of recommendations. I think the members have themselves been out in the field. In terms of their public comment or process, I can't comment on that. I do know that I think the intent was to on the panel at least, bring a broad cross-section of New Yorkers and their perspectives to the panel. But whether they're doing actual public outtake or not, they certainly have tapped our customer satisfaction data and our customer data. So I know we've been funneling from MTA and transit customers' perspectives in that regard.
And how have the number of summonses for fare evasion changed over time?
I think I'll let maybe the chief answer that one, but I know they've increased dramatically year over year, but certainly I'd maybe defer to the chief to discuss that.
Okay, and per comments at the authority's November board meeting, the presence of guards has resulted in an increase in revenues of around $100,000 per month. How did you determine that?
So I think in that instance, it was $100,000 per month at Myrtle Wyckoff. And so it literally was looking at the two factors there. One was the significant reduction in maintenance calls we had. We were having 2 a day, if you can imagine, at that station, so about 60 a month. We reduced that significantly. Each call, I think, cost us around $1,000. So we netted out that expense. and then looked at what we saw for an uptick in revenue and whatever the, I don't have the math in front of me, but we netted the expense total of the guards against the maintenance costs we were savings and the revenue that we saw as an uptick. I would say this, I think, there are probably some stations where we would see a net revenue increase, but I can't say that for everyone. I think we're continuing to monitor the stations that we're located at, but that particular station, given the vandalism that was occurring and the significant fare evasion that was occurring, I think that's why it netted such positive results. And we looked at the previous, I think, 6 months experience. So we started that pilot in May. So I think we looked back through the end of 2021 as our comparator.
Do the private security guards have peace officer status? Like, are they there to use force? Are they able to arrest people?
They're not. No, they're really there as a deterrent and to literally, be our eyes and ears. And then, as the slam gate is legitimately opened, sometimes I think you all have seen them. They're on a bit of a delay. They're able to close the gate or otherwise, ask politely or prevent folks from coming through. I mean, my experience has been that there are, a number of customers who are opportunists. They see the gate, they have their card ready to go, and they see the gate, maybe go that way. So those folks, I mean, certainly we still have hardened evaders who are hopping turnstiles and otherwise, I mean, you probably even hear from the chief who are otherwise, being disrespectful to police. So, but certainly the guard gate pilot has shown very good results when it comes to dissuading those who are probably more opportunists.
And so they're not empowered pretty much to issue summonses either for
They're not. Nope, they are not.
Interesting in terms of the function, because several months ago I sent a letter to the MTA calling for an increase of the toll booth agents and better utilizing the TWU workers to serve as deterrents as well. And because they're already employees of MTA, I'm just not sure I understand the need for the use of the private security as opposed to increasing and better utilizing MTA's staff that they already have. So can you talk to that a little bit?
Sure, I can, and appreciate your letter, by the way. And as you know, last week we did announce that the station aid, we came to a historic agreement with the TWU to ask the station agents to spend the majority of their time out of the booths. But their primary function is to provide customer service. And so that's what we're asking our agents to do. So they'll be at the fare array, they'll be doing a walkthrough of the station at least twice a day to see if there are any maintenance issues or anything that's broken that we need to address. Work with the station cleaners to see if there's any issues that have arisen that require a station cleaner's attention. And I think what we found is that, of course, we have the guards doubled up, so we have 2 guards in case there's an issue. I mean, I see our station agents having a different role, which is really to provide folks wayfinding concerns, helping folks use their MetroCard, now Omni coming soon, and providing some of that eyes and ears. So that's the theory behind both having our station agents providing those customer service functions, but then also having some station unarmed guards at stations.
And I think you mentioned something about having armed and unarmed security guards. So have there been instances of the armed guards using force or the need to use force?
No. So the armed guards we utilized were for the narrow circumstances where folks were actually vandalizing machines, right? So I think that was a key differentiation for Myrtle Wyckoff. We use the armed guards with very little, I would say, but I don't know, Bob, if you want to comment a little more.
There's been no acts of violence with them there. They have served as a deterrent for the MVM machines that have been damaged a lot. So,
I mean, our hope is that, in the future, after the fairness panel comes out with its recommendations, I think, Chairman Lieber last week talked about potentially new types of fare gates in the future that would be, would prevent fare evasion more readily, but still be good for our customers. I mean, I hope my hope one day is there'll be no need for unarmed guards, but that of course our station agents would still be there providing the customer service that we want.
How many armed guards do you have versus non-armed guards?
We actually have roughly about over 200 unarmed guards right now at 14 stations. And the armed guards are actually right now at one station, and that's basically 6 guards distributed amongst 2 tours.
How did you determine which station that would be?
So we looked at a number of factors. We looked at crime statistics. We looked at fare evasion statistics. We looked at our customer feedback and communications complaints, the MVM damage, the maintenance there, and then talking to our GSMs, so our group station managers who manage the stations, to also understand what's happening on the ground. So those are the ways that we've determined where we should be, piloting this. And in some instances, we have, we'll probably move them around, but at the same time, not frequently, because I think what we have found is to change behavior, it's important that there's consistency at a station for, a period of time of, certainly a couple months. Yes.
And do the cost of fare evasion measures, such as the security guards, outweigh the potential revenue that may be recouped?
I think so. I mean, that's what we've seen. We've targeted some of the higher level stations with significant fare evasion where we've seen a net add. But I think the list, as we go through it, we're seeing a less and less impact on fare evasion, which is fine. Look, because a lot of the, again, notwithstanding our fiscal cliff, but I mean, the MTA spends, a lot of money collecting fares as a general matter. So we see this as an important investment. And again, a tool, as you spoke earlier, about ensuring that our customers, are safe and feel safe. I think one of the things I've heard is, from customers is if they see someone smoking, if they see someone drinking, if they see someone evading a fare, that begins to erode their confidence in the system. And then, if you see something worse, of course. But if we are not doing our best to begin to enforce our rules subtly, in this case, up front as you come into a station, I think that's when people begin to feel unsafe.
What are the plans to expand the pilot program? Are there any plans to have a similar program to deter fare evasion on buses?
So we have an EAGLE team right now, so in-house staff that enforce fare evasion, particularly in our SBS system. I think as we think about and continue to roll out Omni with our fare validators, so the handheld devices that our EAGLE team have to validate fares, that's a question. As you know, for example, folks can still pay with coin on bus, and so there's no receipt necessarily given, so it's hard to validate then whether someone has paid, but the new technology should help us for sure. So, but in the meantime, the SBS routes are key routes because that you should be getting a receipt, right? You should be getting a proof of payment that can be shown then to the EAGLE team, who are our fare evasion force. Or Bob, you want to say anything else? And the EAGLE team reports to Bobby, so.
So with the EAGLE team, it's roughly about 17 teams. It's a little bit under 200 people that actually do enforcement on select bus service. We also have been working with MTA PD as far as them coming on also, where we actually focus in on not only fare evasion routes, but also with assaults on workers. So it's like a little bit of a mixture that's in there, but we're able to diversify that way.
Thank you. And next, I'm going to pivot to surveillance cameras. So the MTA has reported that there are more than 11,000 cameras currently in the subway system. About half are providing live feeds, and the other half record for use in criminal investigations. Who monitors the more than 5,000 live feeds streamed by security cameras installed in the subways?
Yeah, those cameras actually come to our C3 center, which is a security command center that actually has all those 5,000 feeds that come in. So they're the people that are actually monitoring at that time. The other 5,000 cameras are locally recorded. So we actually have to send someone out to actually pull that video if it's needed.
And how do these monitors coordinate with train crews and law enforcement in the system?
Right.
So if someone is viewing the live stream and they see something, what does that coordination look like?
As you can imagine, doing 5,000 cameras, right? Looking at them, it'd be really a monumental task to watch everything at once. We, a lot of times, look at a lot of the hubs where we know that there might be incidents occurring. We also have constant monitoring of what we call as the 6-wire, which is train crews running through. They may say that there's something like, say, at West 4th Street. We'll immediately bring up the cameras at West 4th Street so we can observe and report on it. One thing we have been looking at right now is some AI, artificial intelligence, that would be able to focus us in, right? You've got all these cameras, but guess what? Something alarms and says, hey, look over here. Now you're able to bring up that camera and see what's going on.
Per the MTA's most recent board meeting, all 472 stations are currently equipped with cameras, but those cameras are only useful if they're working. How often does the MTA inspect the surveillance cameras to ensure that they are working properly?
Right, there's a check that's actually done every day, Monday through Friday, on cameras. And what we found is that it's basically under 1% of the cameras may not be working at any given time.
And if a camera is found to be defective, how quickly is it replaced?
It's almost immediate. Once we find that a camera has been not working properly, there is a notification that's made to our electronic folk that will go out and actually start working on the camera right away.
Just one other point on that, if I could, which 10,000 cameras across 470-plus stations. Obviously, we have multiple cameras and multiple stations. The redundancy has been part of our strategy, so knowing that any one camera of the 10,000 might be out at any one given time. And so part of our strategy has been to say, we acknowledge that. It's a difficult system to maintain the mechanical equipment, so being redundant is important. So if one camera's out, another camera or a set of cameras will be able to pick up imagery or footage.
And is it like a routine, like maintenance check of them? Like, how elevators
there is.
every year or 2 years,
Yes.
you have to get that stamp of...
Yes, there is. There is a maintenance program that's in line that our electronic people actually face into. I do want to just comment one thing on what President Davies said, is that redundancy is very important, because we've had crimes that have occurred where a camera may not be functioning or not be functioning properly, but because we have other cameras that are set up there, we've actually captured either the event or the perpetrator.
Does the MTA currently utilize facial recognition technologies in the system?
No, we do not.
In September, Governor Hochul committed to installing 5,400 cameras on subway cars, or 2 cameras per car. How long will it take before all such cameras are installed, and how many have been installed to date?
It'll be a multi-year process. We've installed over 100 cameras now to date. I think close to 200. 348 exactly, the exact total. But I think, and that was what cameras we had in stock largely. I think what we've also begun to do is look at our camera strategy and new technologies that could be employed. And so we're looking at that. But it's a multi-year process to ensure that those are done. And then also, as we're bringing on the new R211s, those new trains, which will be coming on probably in early 2024, those will all be equipped with cameras. So the good news is that all the new equipment that we're ordering will be equipped. This is equipping the older fleet that we have in the future. I also just wanted to mention too, and again, the chief will probably comment on this, but I think working with the NYPD, we are often out pulling film for the NYPD, and not just, by the way, for crimes that occur in our system, but crimes that occur outside the system where perpetrators then retreat into the subway system. So we're pulling film often, and I think it's led to dozens, if not hundreds, of successful arrests and prosecutions. And so, I think the proof is in the pudding when it comes to what NYPD would say, which is this is a really valuable tool for them to utilize as part of their crime fighting.
If you watch the news at 4, 5, 6, I know news is on all day, right? And you'll usually see if a perpetrator is wanted, a lot of times you'll see our cameras that are at our turnstiles, picking up someone coming through, either coming in or going out. So...
will the cameras provide live feeds of subway cars, or will they record the footage rather?
Currently, it will be recorded. We are looking at technologies both now and into the future. For example, as we expand Wi-Fi in our tunnel system, I'm sure many of you have been in our system, and maybe whatever you're reading on the internet drowns out for a minute or two because we don't have full Wi-Fi coverage across our network. We did announce a deal to do that with Transit Wireless back in the summer. And so while that'll be a great passenger amenity for folks to be able to continue to check their email or read the internet, we're looking at it as an opportunity to not only communicate with our employees, but then to your question, Madam Chair, to look at how we can be doing potential live feed in the future. But right now, no, but we are looking at it as part of our future strategy.
I think one thing you have to keep in mind with cameras is that technology is always changing. So we're constantly assessing what is going on out there, or what type products are new that we can use and be adaptable into our system.
And who's going to monitor the cameras?
Again, I mean, we would likely have it with our, with our team that's doing that today, potentially the Rail Control Center as well, but it would be certainly a centralized function for sure.
And again, realize the locally recorded cameras are not viewed live.
Right.
All right, they're there. If an incident happens, we would pull the tape and see, what actually occurred.
And what is the expected cost of maintaining the camera system?
We'll have to get back to you on that. I think when you say the expected cost, this would be for the subway car cameras? Or?
Yes.
So I think from an inspection perspective, we see it as marginal because...
Well, not only that, but
Yeah.
what that cost would be, but also the overall maintenance of the camera system to ensure that they're always functioning and operating.
We'll have to get back to you on that. I think, Bobby's team handles the, and another team handles the in-station cameras, and then the subways team, when they bring a car in for a regular inspection, as is required by the FTA, will make the inspection of the subway car cameras part of that. So that one's probably more marginal, but we can get an overall total cost.
When we have our budget hearing, it'll be good to know what that cost is. I know you touched on the station agents already in terms of the recent announcement, but just wanted to have an idea in terms of what the services, in particular, the agents are going to be providing.
So, similar services today. I mean, my experience has been between the glass booth with the microphones that do or do not work from time to time. Getting them out of the booth to have more face-to-face customer interactions is critically important. We don't have cash in the booth anymore. That's not coming back. And so that function of security with cash is no longer required. And so having the station agents out in the fair array, encouraging, answering questions, helping folks, for example, use the MetroCard machine or in the near future, the OmniCard machine. It is part of the agreement that the station agents will do a walk around at least twice during their tour to see if there are any issues, maintenance issues or safety issues or anything else that's happening on the platform that needs to be reported into, to us. They'll do potentially some light touch cleaning. For example, if your MetroCard sometimes doesn't work because it gets dusty actually in the apparatus, we've got these alcohol swipe pads that clean them out quickly. Those are the kinds of small things, but principally and fundamentally it will all be about answering customers' questions. And then, of course, if there's a service either diversion, so we have a lot of work we do on the weekends that can be confusing sometimes to get around the system, they'll be there to perform that function. And of course, in the inevitable event, we have an interruption that wasn't planned for whatever reason, being able to provide information. They'll also be all given a phone. And so, communicating with them real time to let them know what's happening in the system will be important. And then, of course, if they see an issue or there's an emergency, they'll be able to get either us on the phone or NYPD on the phone very quickly.
And will they receive any new training to help them provide these new roles?
Yes, and so we launched a couple weeks ago, actually, in anticipation of the agreement coming live, a new 4-day customer service training. So everything from working with customers who have disabilities and helping them navigate the system to providing customers with information about their OmniCard, or if I have a reduced fare card, I can now actually, go to a customer service center and have it linked to my phone or my credit card, for example. So the new fare opportunities that are coming is part of that training. And then some of our folks, haven't had training in several years for budget cuts or other reasons. If this is going to be the face of, of our organization, we want them to feel I want them to feel good about, about this role. And so that part of the training, I hope, is to kind of coach them up and say, look, you're a really important part of our future here at New York City Transit. But the short answer is yes. There's a 4-day training that all 2,000 plus agents will go through, and they started a couple weeks ago.
And what measures will the MTA put in place to ensure that the station agents are safe while they're outside of their booths?
Yeah, so as part of the agreement with labor, we've committed to regular safety walks around the station to talk to the station agents, management, and labor to make sure that the conditions are, are safe for both our employees, of course, and our customers. If there is a serious issue occurring, the agent, is instructed to reach out to the Rail Control Center or NYPD, and if need be, to put themselves in the booth if there's a serious issue, for sure. But safety of our people is our top priority, and we'll continue to evaluate the program and make sure that our people are safe first and foremost.
Will there be other station agents inside the booths to handle any fare transactions? And also, how does this initiative differ from the 4-station pilot program that was tried back in 2016?
So the answer is no. There is no anticipation that there'll be station agents full-time in booths. We are working on a few things potentially for ensuring our customers can get transactions done, but there will not be station agents in the booth per se. I can't speak to the pilot from 2016. All I know is I've been told that many have tried and all have failed. And we finally, got an agreement, again, a cooperative agreement with the TWU, which I very much appreciate. I think they too saw that the future of customer service at transit really required us to get our folks to spend more time out of the booth. So I'm grateful for that.
And my last set of questions is going to really focus around bus redesign, but I know we'll have a hearing at some point to really delve into it. So I understand that the focus of this hearing is public safety, but I cannot go without mentioning the bus network redesign projects. But can you, one, commit to the committee that you will be in response to public feedback around the redesign projects? We have gotten a lot of feedback ourselves in our various districts, whether it be in the Bronx, in terms of the implemented plan and the challenges that have come from it, but also in Southeast Queens as we're exploring, in Queens broadly, but especially Southeast Queens as we're exploring what that plan looks like for us. Just wanting to make sure that there's space to receive that public feedback and acknowledge it also. I think some people kind of think they're putting these comments into like a black hole, not hearing back, not understanding what the outcome is going to be on it.
No, absolutely. So I just on the Bronx. So I can't speak to the to the last few years, but what I can speak to is to the Bronx, as you mentioned. We had a lot of public feedback, made a lot of changes even before we launched that. I mean, I'm excited to say that the speeds in the Bronx largely have increased somewhere between 5% and 8%, and in some instances, depending on the route and time of day, almost 20%. So we're seeing lots of positive customer feedback as a result. Your point is well taken, which I think, for some advocates have expressed their frustration we're not moving fast enough on bus redesigns, and this is really the yin and yang for us at Transit, which is on the one hand, we do want to move fast because we know that redesigns and bus lanes and automated bus lane camera enforcement all improves the customer's experience, but at the same time, we want to make sure we're listening to the folks who are actually experiencing the service. And so for Queens, we've been in a process now for, I think, almost a year. We are now taking all that feedback in Queens we received right now, and we'll put out a new draft plan as a result. There will be many changes early next year. Brooklyn, we just announced 2 weeks ago, and so that kicks off a very long process for us to get customer feedback, which we're excited about. I know that having worked in a few other agencies and now here, usually everyone loves a redesign, but nobody likes to lose their bus stop. But the reality is that New York, we have closer bus stops than almost any other transit system in America. And that is one of, but one of the reasons that makes, our buses slow and slower. That said, we take that feedback. So if it's in front of a nursing home or a, congregate situation or a school or, with their exigent circumstances to keep bus stops, we want to hear that. But the bottom line is, if there's only one thing you remember from this hearing today is we are completely focused on customer satisfaction at New York City Transit.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Council Members Ressler, Nurse, Mealy, and Narcisse. I'll now turn it over to Chair Hanks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you very much, President Davey. So I want to take my question back to your original testimony where you said that you'll be working with district attorneys, judges, and courts to expand the use of bans across the MTA. Basically, people who harm riders and employees are kept off the transit. Can you talk a little bit about what that entails?
Sure. So today, I mean, I think the statute is fairly restricted in how it can be leveraged. So if someone is assaulting one of our employees or, is convicted of a sex crime, then the statute can be leveraged to ban someone up to 3 years from our system. There are clearly some holes in that from our perspective, and personally, I would say, probably one of the darkest days I've had as president was observing, visiting one of my employees in the hospital in August, Anthony Nelson, a cleaner who was viciously assaulted, attempting to stop a person from harassing women on the 6 line. And, that alleged perpetrator had 43 prior arrests and many convictions. And in that instance, I don't believe, as transit president, that man has the right to use our system, period. And, through that, through the process with the district attorney and the courts, I hope that they do see the wisdom in a ban there. Last week, as I mentioned, our colleagues at Long Island Railroad successfully sought a ban for another person who had, grossly misbehaved and showed continued misbehavior. So look, that's not going to be obviously an answer for all issues. We certainly want to demonize someone who made a mistake or, has made, maybe a youthful indiscretion in our system. But at the same time, there are, folks in I think our respective opinion who have forfeited their right to use our system for a period of time. So that's our hope. Not to use it much as a broad club, but in these specific instances. And I think there's openness to that, and we want to expand the legislation.
Thank you. Just further, a little bit more detail. Do you have an idea how this ban would be enforced?
So, I'm not a criminal justice expert, but I am a lawyer. So, I suppose it would be, the person would then be tried for criminal trespass, right? So if they're banned from the system, rather than waiting for them to commit a new crime, that they could be ejected by police or prosecuted for coming to the system. So,
thank you so much. So following up on Chair Brooks Power's questions as far as private security, how much money does the MTA currently spend on these private security guards?
I think right now it's about $1 million a month.
About that.
A month?
A month.
Okay. Okay. All right. Have there been any instances of reported violence or issues between security guards and citizens? And really where I'm getting at here is who provides like the oversight if in fact something happens, grievances? Is there a complaint process if a situation arises between these unarmed security guards and citizens? Can you just speak a little bit about that?
Actually, what we have supervision from the contract company that goes out, but we also have people who, under my command, who actually go out and visit these guards at their locations. Right now we haven't had any incidents where we've had anything negative with the public. I will tell you that I myself has been at like West 4th Street, 7-4 and Roosevelt. It's a tough job because I think people are, I want to use the right verbiage here, right? Some people are just so used to going through that gate that even when you stop them, they have a tendency to be angry, all right? You'll have people who actually, they'll queue up, they're waiting for someone to open that gate or leave the gate, and then once that gate opens, people go right through. And so the guard's job is a very tough job to have to really be very diplomatic on what they do and how they conduct themselves. I will say, though, I've seen the public going up to guard gates and actually saying thank you. Because, when you're paying your fare every day and you see people that don't pay their fare, it leaves like a little sour taste in your mouth. And then, going back to what President Davey said, it creates opportunists, right? 4 people go through the gate. If I'm standing there, I may go through the gate too, right? Because everyone else is doing it, why not me? So it is a tough job. We do put a lot of emphasis on supervision to make sure that the guards are doing exactly what we want them to do.
So do you have some process in place for reporting, seeing, quality control and quality assurance?
Right, well, we have people who have complained at times, and not only with the gate guards, even with the Eagle team, even with general, transit personnel, and that usually goes through our process of being taken in. It's divvied out to whoever has the responsibility for that group, and at that point, it is investigated, and it is investigated fully.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So further expanding on that, can you clarify how many officers are with MTA PD?
Right now, it's about 1,100 officers are with MTA PD.
Okay. Recently, Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Hochul announced the initiative, the NYPD, MTA PD, to add an additional 1,200 overtime shifts to the transit system, which equates to approximately 10,000 additional patrol hours every day on a subway system. Can you clarify how many hours of overtime MTA PD officers are taking?
That I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay, as far as the MTA overtime hours?
Yeah, thank
Right,
you.
correct.
Any insight on how long this initiative will be in place?
I don't think there's been a public commitment on that, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you. So, to expand on that, the percent of the MTA's operating revenues comes from fares. How does the rate of reliance on fares to cover operating revenue compare to the other transit agencies in the United States? Would you say that the reduction in fare evasion is the primary way the MTA can improve its financial health as an agency?
So on the first question, I mean, MTA Transit actually is a bit of a victim of its own success. It has one of the best fare box recovery ratios in the United States. And so, if you look at the comparative fiscal cliff for New York City Transit versus the other 9 major systems in the country, proportionally speaking, it's going to be significant for those areas in those agencies as well. But MTA New York City Transit was among the best, if not the best, when it came to fare box, so-called fare box recovery ratio.
Thank you so much. And my last question before I pass it along to my colleagues that are here, is there any correlation between the number of summonses or arrests for fare evasion and the amount of money the agency collects from fares? In other words, can you definitively say that more enforcement of fare evasion has any financial benefit to the MTA?
I don't think there's any particular statistic per se, but I think we feel like that certainly is, is a worthy investment for sure.
Thank you so much. I would like to pass it back to Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Sure.
Thank you. And I just want to remind the members of the committees that the NYPD will be testifying following the MTA, and we'll take questions as well. First, we'll hear from Councilmember Stevens, who is online. Councilmember Stevens?
Yes, I'm here. I think my questions are more for NYPD, not necessarily the MTA. I'm sorry.
No problem. Sorry, feel better. Also from the committee team here. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you both for testifying and being here this morning and this afternoon. We spent a lot of time on fare evasion already, but I think it's an incredibly important topic because it contributes to the steepening of that fiscal cliff you're facing as a system, but also because I think it's key to the safety of the system now and moving forward. I think some of the worst actors in our subway system are not necessarily swiping their MetroCard or tapping their Omni card or using their smartphone to enter. And so I guess what I'd like to know is, in order to diminish the number of individuals who are entering the system who are not necessarily the worst actors, people who may face a financial hardship, or maybe they've been accustomed to using access to the system that they shouldn't have been accustomed to using, when are you going to start rolling out, and what kind of packages are you going to start rolling out with respect to the Omni fare system to make the system a little more accessible? Because I'm an Omni guy. On Staten Island, I was that guy that used to get on the bus with 4 Metro cards, 3 of them were empty, and tried swiping them all until I could get to the fare I needed to get to.
We know that.
Yes.
No, kidding.
So I was wondering, could you talk about what those packages are? Because I think you just rolled out reduced fare Omni for contactless. You're going to be giving the cards next year. So can you talk a little bit about the timeline for that and substantively what those packages might be?
Sure. So you're exactly right. I mean, making it easier for our customers to pay, including those who are unbanked, right, is critically important for us at MTA. As I mentioned, about 40% now of our subway customers on a daily basis use some form of Omni, whether it's an Omni card, a smartphone, or, a credit or debit card. I think getting our station agents out of the booth, frankly, to help, I mean, I see it often, people standing in front of the MetroCard machine with a credit card, paying, out-of-towners, get out of line and tap and go. I think that's going to be an important part of our marketing and messaging. We've recently ramped up some of our marketing and messaging on, I think it's called the True False campaign that we've had out there to let folks know, how to use Omni as well. As you mentioned, we rolled out recently as well the ability for a reduced fare card customer to link their, again, their smartphone or their credit or debit card to a, to a reduced fare account and then get that discount applied to that particular device that they're using. So as I mentioned as well, we've got a lot of work to do for our bus customers who are using Omni less than 20% of the time across the system. Express Bus is higher. And we're working on some programs, marketing programs, and others to get the word out about, what we see as Omni. And then folks will start to see Omni fare machines in the new year as well. We'll begin to pilot a few dozen, I think, in our station environment to see how they act and react. So that's coming soon. But this is a huge change management project for this city. I think the MetroCard is about one of the most ubiquitous things every New Yorker has had or used. And so, we need to do this right to make sure that our customers aren't confused. And, we're committed to that.
Appreciate that, because I think maintaining a consensus for enforcement is important. And I think in keeping with that, you have to try to make sure that we increase accessibility for those, who are not necessarily bad actors, but need to have their behavior just corrected one or two times, and then they become good actors uniformly. In addition to that, what are some of the changes you guys could make structurally to make turnstile jumping, fare evasion more difficult? I think it was referenced that there was going to be potentially a program to change the way our turnstiles are installed or the way that they're set up. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Fair Fare Panel, or the Blue Ribbon Commission that Chair Lieber put together, will have in some of their recommendations and thoughts about that. I think the chair did mention last week in some of his public comments that I think he called the slam gates the superhighway to fare evasion, which we agree with. Obviously, at the same time, we have to ensure for egress reasons in the fire code that folks, God forbid, if something happens in a station, that folks can get out quickly. So balancing that. So look, I think there probably will, I'm looking forward to what the Blue Ribbon Panel puts out, but I'm sure there are probably some short-term, maybe modest things we can do that are not high in cost. Flip side, where I came from, Boston, we had the paddle gates, the wide aisle paddle gates, for example, which not only accommodated folks with disabilities and wheel mobility devices, or again, parents with strollers, for example. I think that, could be a potential. It can be costly, but, we're obviously looking to roll out some pilots in that regard. And that mollifies potentially the need for some of the slam gates. So I think looking both what other agencies have done in the U.S. and abroad, and then seeing, to your point, are there, time up for me?
You can,
no,
You can finish.
Looking for some modest, changes to the fare array could help as well. But we're looking forward to the commission's, the panel's report, because I expect that we'll have some physical modifications that we should try out.
Okay, thank you. And let me know if I could be of help with the arguments in Albany for the rider ban for those select cases. I appreciate that. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you so much to the chairs for this hearing. Well, I'll jump right in. So earlier this year, and thank you for your testimony, of course, and for being here. Earlier this year, we saw the tragic loss of life of Michelle Go by being pushed onto the subway tracks. And the use of platform screen doors could prevent such a tragedy in the future. And I was very glad to hear that after dismissing platform screen doors as too expensive in previous years, you announced the pilot program for 3 stations, including the 3rd Avenue L train station in my district. Do you have an update on the status of this pilot? When are the platform screen doors expected to be installed? What obstacles have you faced in implementation, and are there plans to expand the number of stations that will participate in this pilot?
Yeah, so an update, just so $175 million was dedicated in our capital plan amendment to this program. We put it on an RFQ in the fall, and we expect an RFP to be issued within the next few weeks for this. And so, I think we've been monitoring a few issues. Platform screen doors for some may sound simple. It is incredibly complicated. Whether the platform layout, making sure that the platform itself can handle the weight of the platform screen doors, and then making sure it's integrated with both our signal systems and, of course, our trains. That said, we're committed to piloting this and seeing if it works, and that's the current update. I don't think we have any announcement or plans yet to expand it at this point, because I think we really want to see if this works. But we are committed to seeing this through.
And I imagine there could be a benefit to doing multiple stations at once, totally considering the expenses. So you also mentioned the importance of personnel on the platform. One thing that I've read recently that I saw on NBC was you mentioned that token booth clerks are now to be roving agents as MTA's eyes and ears. And I read that 2,000 agents at over 472 stations would be deployed. Do you have any info on that?
I do. And so we came to an historic agreement with the TWU last week to permanently get our station agents out of the booths and have them be providing in-person customer service, so around the fair arrays, and then walking the platform and the stations. The expectation is at least twice during their tour of duty, their 8 hours, that they would walk the station to see if there were any maintenance issues that had to be addressed or cleaning issues, et cetera, et cetera. So, we don't have cash in the booth anymore. They haven't been selling tokens or making change. We haven't done it since COVID, and it's been largely successful. So getting folks out of the booth to have more, in-person customer service is what we're driving toward. And it's actually a little over 2,000 station agents we have in the system now. We're actually hiring, I think, about another 150 more through the middle of next year.
How will you prioritize, where they go in terms of having over 470 stations?
So we have station coverage now. So those agents will be bidding as they are. They bid every 6 months on jobs, but the stations, the expectation is those stations will be covered with agents.
Okay, I look forward to those details. I also feel public safety should clearly extend to accessibility. And for many New Yorkers, subway stations can be very treacherous to navigate. The narrow platforms, the steep stairs, no easy and safe way to access many platforms while navigating the subway with a disability or in a wheelchair, or even parents with strollers. So ensuring we have a safe subway means ensuring we have an accessible one. I know you announced a deal to make 95% of stations accessible by 2055. And do you have an update on the status of that plan? And if you have any plans for interim solutions for stations who may be waiting 30 years for an elevator?
Yeah, so I think, a historic agreement, it maybe sound a little easy, but it's billions of dollars of an invested commitment to make all of our stations, or close to all of our stations. I also think, the Chairman Lieber said that if there's a way to get that last 5% with some new technology or new engineering, we're very open to. But as you all know, building in the built space that is New York City for some areas is incredibly complicated. But we look forward to seeing if other folks smarter than us have some solutions. Back to your question, we just put out a package, I can get the exact number, but put out a package for another, I think, dozen stations. We have it prioritized within our capital plan, and we're obviously going through our needs assessment now, and we'll continue to prioritize stations to get accessibility. But I think the good news is, for the first time, maybe in the authority's history, rather than litigating and fighting with the disabled community, we're saying, you know what, we have an obligation. We want to make this as part of what we're doing. So, having had some experience both abroad and in the United States. I mean, I have to say I've commented, and I had nothing to do with it, by the way, but we'll have to run it, but I didn't have anything to do with making it happen. It's a pretty extraordinary, I thought it was an extraordinary day for the MTA to admit and say, look, we need to make this investment, we need to make this commitment. So it'll be up to us now to execute.
And maintaining what's existing, because for those
Correct.
that have elevators, we often hear that the elevators are unreliable and unclean.
Well, on the reliability, I would, I'm sure you hear stories, but I would beg to differ. That is one of my key metrics I see, and in preparation for that question, I can tell you 97, 98% of our elevators the last few months have been available. On the cleanliness question, I don't disagree, and, talk about my sort of nitty-gritty, we are actually going to be piloting a device that would alert, I won't tell you what the smell is, but will alert our cleaners about the potential lack of cleanliness in an elevator. There's another transit system in the U.S. that's doing this. We picked it up, and I'm very interested. But to your point, we take it very seriously. The system needs to be accessible for all New Yorkers, and we need to maintain, as you said, what we have today. So it's something we track very closely, we really much we focus on it because we know it can be not an inconvenience, but a disaster for our customers who rely on our current accessible stations.
Well, thank you very much. And the last thing I'll add is you have a lot of statistics in here. Major crime is down by 6.3%. Year-to-date index crime is up by 30% in the subway system. I feel like we want to be a part of a messaging here that says that it is safe to take the subways. So while those statistics are not all over the place, but very varied and diverse, I hope that we can come together with this universal message that the subway system is at highs that we haven't seen since before the pandemic, and that's really important for the safety of people to know that. So thank you for answering my questions, and thank you to the chairs for being so gracious.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Caban.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump right in because I have quite a few questions. I want to start with asking, I know that Chair Brooks Powers hit on this, but could you send us the details on the training for the new work that the booth workers are going to be doing, is the first question. The second, will MTA be hiring more people to serve in this role? And then the third relating to this is you talked about twice during the tour, light touch cleaning, answering customer questions. Do you envision the possibility of expanding the kinds of works and customer service things that these folks could be doing? And part of the reason why I mention it is because early on when our office took office, we talked about an omnipresence of help workers in our subways to contribute to safety in our system, something that didn't over-rely on police. So curious on those things. Can you send us the details on the training? Are you hiring more folks? Do you see an expansion of some of the things you already mentioned as this moves forward?
On the training, I'll have to think about it because I have looked at the curriculum and I don't know. There may be portions of it which are safety related, camera, locations, for example. So I want to think about that. I'll get back to you on that question. The principal part is customer service. That's probably generally not state secrets, so I'm sure we can.
I mean, will they be like helping people with their stroller because they see somebody that needs a hand, or things like that?
Yeah, I mean,
which they do in a lot of other countries, by the way. They have workers who do exactly this.
Yeah, so I'm happy to broadly describe the training and exactly that. So it's a 4-day training, principally focused on customer service, in part providing our employees with details on how to help customers with disabilities, for example. New training around Omni. It's a new product for our employees, of course, as well, and what that means. De-escalation training. I mean, there's a whole host of sort of safety, if you will, pieces. But of course, so that's one. Two is we are anticipating hiring, I think it's another 150, 200 station agents through the middle of next year. And then your last question was, what else would they be doing? So, we principally see it as doing a few things. So helping customers with the fare vending machines, and of course, as we move to Omni, there'll be a whole.
And anything you haven't mentioned, just because I do have other questions for you.
Oh, sure. So Omni, helping folks get around the system. They'll be doing station tours to see if there are any maintenance issues and alerting, and they'll all carry phones. They'll all be issued a cell phone, an MTA cell phone. So if there's an issue that requires immediate attention, they'll be able to get in touch with either our rail control center, the command center, or NYPD.
Thank you. I just want to mention, I think that, more station cleaners, open bathrooms, that is going to do a lot, I think, to make the subway safer. It also will do a lot, I think, to reduce unnecessary police interactions. Excited for those pieces. I do want to highlight and commend Councilmember Rivera for a couple of points she made. One specifically, that the highlighting and expanding of the definition of what safety looks like in the subway, but also the piece that she shared on statistics. The statistics you shared, some of the statements you made that lacked empirical, evidential support. A couple of the things I heard were around enforcing versus money lost with fare evasion. Was, is this the cost-effective strategy? And I think the testimony you gave was, well, I don't have anything, I don't know about that, but I feel like it. And so I just want to name that I feel like it is not a good enough or adequate question to balance those things. It has been a few years since I've practiced criminal law. But I will say that, for example, I know that when I was practicing, if a person was arrested for fare evasion and ended up getting processed in court, the government cost of that entire process was at least $2,000 per incident. And when we compare that to a $275 fare, these are some of the questions that we should be asking. I think perception of safety is incredibly important, but it's also incredibly important to lean into strategies that do and are proven to increase safety. And so, again, another thing that I just want to highlight is you mentioned that this assertion that, people feel a type of way when they see somebody who doesn't pay, and then they're not going to pay themselves. And to my knowledge, there's no data or evidence to support that particular assertion. But I did want to provide some additional data that you had, in addition to what you have mentioned. On November 1st, 2022, the Gothamist reported, according to one of your spokespeople, arrests and summonses surging with increased police presence. So summonses for fare evasion the week before that were up more than 80% compared to the year prior, which amounted to 1,500 more summonses. Quality of life summonses were up 118%. And so I'm curious, you don't have the answer to the question how much this costs the city to do that, but these practices disproportionately target Black and brown folks who can't afford the fare. And what I've heard a lot of testimony around today is really an over-reliance on police to address all of the safety issues in the subway. And so I'm curious about a commitment or an interest in exploring other workers to get help that won't result in the criminalization of poverty, especially when we know that criminalizing poverty it actually has a criminogenic effect in the long term. And if I could just complete
Sure. Your statement or question.
Complete that thought, those pieces, or the statement around increased enforcement of things like fare evasion, smoking in the subway, drinking in the subway, because they feel like buckling down on these small crimes is necessary to make subway safer and increase public trust. Like I said, perception is incredibly important, but we have to balance out actual safety. And I'm curious, because that sounds like regurgitated broken windows policing that has been debunked by 4 decades worth of research and data. So I'm wondering if MTA is looking into, prioritize, and interested in solutions, more holistic solutions that increase safety, that don't have the detrimental effects that we're seeing on the policing of these low-level quality of life offenses.
May I?
Please.
So I guess I would just ask you to go back to my testimony, which, in respect for the police rule, my testimony had very little to do with policing. It was about cameras. It was about using unarmed guards to address fare evasion. It was about, sort of other means that with MTA that we're working on. So, you packed a lot into that question, so it's hard to unpack it all, but I would just ask you to just go back to the testimony that I provided, which was, where are the things that we're working on in New York City Transit? And a lot of it was the sort of things I think you asked about, getting our station agents out, being eyes and ears, using unarmed guards who do not have ticket writing ability, but are there just to enforce the slam gates, more cameras in the system to deter or, to help solve crimes. So obviously we work closely with NYPD, and they're an important part of what we're addressing, but I think the principal part of what I was hoping to impart today was there's a lot of other things we're doing and working with our NYPD partners.
And just to complete that thought, and I will hand it right back over, I did commend the strategies that y'all are pursuing at the top of my remarks that I think are going to be really helpful. You have mentioned reliance on police quite a bit throughout your answers and the questioning. I mean, I still have questions around hiring private security to shut a door to prevent a 275, fare evasion, but that's beside the point. But thank you for your testimony and your time, and look forward to following up. And thank you, chairs, for indulging me going over a minute or two.
Thanks so much. Next, we will hear from Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you very much, Chair Brooks Powers and Chair Hanks. Appreciate your leadership on this issue, and thank you, President Davey and team, for joining us today. I just firstly want to state the MTA is the lifeblood of our city, and recognizing the decline in ridership that we're experiencing and the decline in revenue, I strongly support increased revenue going to the MTA to stabilize your all's work. It is absolutely essential to everything we do as a city. So I hope the governor in her budget prioritizes the MTA and provides additional resources, but all parts of city and state government are going to need to step up and provide support. So that being said, I'd like to focus firstly on station cleanliness. Research has proven time and again that cleanliness is a key factor in overall crime prevention. I could point to many studies to this effect. And has the MTA considered the link between station cleanliness and design and crime in our stations?
So we might not have enough time in this hearing to talk
Give me the
about
30-second version, if you don't mind, because I got a lot
but I
I'd like to
appreciate
cover.
your question, and you and I are simpatico in that regard. So we are doing a couple things around station cleaning. So one is we are actually, during COVID, we struggled with hiring cleaners for a bunch of different reasons. So we did bring in some contractors. We are beginning to ramp that down and hire over 800 station and end-of-line cleaners. So these will be MTA employees. To give you a sense of, I think, either the hunger to work for us or the job market, we had 75,000 applicants for those 800 positions. So we are in the midst now of onboarding those station cleaners. And it's not just the folks who are picking up litter, but we're also looking at, gum removal machines. We're establishing some new high power wash teams to really kind of get at the areas that aren't just the litter and whatnot. Although litter, I actually have this granular data, like that's actually the number one issue when it comes to cleanliness that our customers talk about is litter. But
Well,
totally get that.
And I appreciate, and I just want to,
Sure.
just because we got a lot to cover. You said if the thing you want us to take away is customer satisfaction.
Yes.
The most recent MTA customer satisfaction survey found a minority of riders are satisfied with cleanliness. And I can tell you, somebody who's got 17 different train lines in my district, and just about every bus line in Brooklyn comes through downtown Brooklyn, we are not satisfied with the cleanliness of the MTA system, and we want to see deeper investments. And I especially would like to see you consider, prioritizing areas where we have seen instances of crime and different public safety concerns. When you look at comparison between the new 96th Street Q station in the Upper East Side, where 89% of people are satisfied with the station conditions, to just a few blocks away in Central Harlem at the 110th Street station, where just 15% of folks are satisfied. There's clearly a correlation that we need to consider between socioeconomic status and the areas and the station conditions that I hope will be prioritized as you make a greater emphasis on improving the station conditions. I wanted to just shift gears a little bit.
Sure.
We now have conductors announcing that there are police officers standing in just about every station in the MTA system, and I just wonder, what impact does this have on train times?
None.
Are you seeing? Okay.
None. We're following that. It was asked of us, and we're following that. We're not seeing any impact to dwell times.
I can tell you, as a person who rides the subway every day, the conductors are waiting in the stations while they make this announcement. And so
we'll have to talk to those conductors, but I can tell you from a data perspective, that is not impacting wait times. And if there's conductors who are doing that, we'll certainly, I'm happy to take the lines, and we'll certainly go back out and ask folks to be careful of that. But
Okay.
on-time
My
performance in
lived
November
experience
was
tells me-
better than October, just as a point
I'm
of...
glad to hear that. My lived experience tells me otherwise, but I'm happy to hear the data overall on train timeliness is improving. On fare evasion, where it feels like every year the MTA puts out more and more over-the-top figures about the threat of fare evasion that is overwhelming our city, could you just break down for me the most recent estimate of, I think it was, forgive me, I didn't have the number in front of me, $500 million in, or $180 million in lost revenue from 100 million, sorry, I believe it was 180 million trips that you said were each year from fare evasion. Could you remind us where the MTA is coming up with the data that you're all espousing on fare evasion, the source of this?
Sure. So I can speak to transit. I can't speak to the railroads or to bridges and tunnels. But what I can tell you is we have, a few methods to see fare evasion. So we have onboard counters, for example. So people getting on and off a train, a bus, and then seeing how many folks actually pay, what fares are done. We do have some AI technology that we've been exploring in a few stations to see, again, what passenger flows there are and then what fares are being taken. And then we do have in-person counters as well to, again, see how many folks are evading fares. So, these are the multiple factors. I think for bus, we've been very transparent. We're upwards of 30% of our bus customers are not paying a fare right now. I think that's largely due to the fact that we were not collecting fares during COVID, and so folks get used to it. And subways is about 15 or so percent, maybe slightly higher. So that's how we collect the data. But again, I can only speak to transit. Bobby, I don't know if you want to say anything else.
Yeah, just to add on the bus angle, we do have APCs that are on the buses. They're all people counters that actually can compare people getting on the bus to the fare box.
I mean, 180 million trips of fare evasion a year just seems extraordinary. And as somebody who, again, is in the subway every day, I just don't see this widespread fare evasion happening at every turn. So I think it is a overstated concern. We're most interested, I'd like to see us double down on our collective efforts around fair fares and making sure that low and moderate income New Yorkers are accessing the subsidies that they deserve to be able to use the transit system. And I just want to say in closing, based on the data that I've looked at over the last 3 years, we've seen a 4% overall decline in crimes in the subway system, and yet a 25% increase in NYPD personnel. That is a substantial increase in NYPD personnel, especially relative to other parts of the city where they could be focusing their attention. Yeah. And I'd like to express on the record that I think that this is not the best use of resources.
I can't respond to that, but just on the not paying, I mean, I would say, we agree on the fair fares and thank Speaker Adams for funding it. In fact, I do transit talks now across the city every other week, and folks from DSS who are actually signing people up are with us, which is great. I think I'm popular. I'm not. They actually are the most popular folks at our transit talks, which is great. But just, you mentioned your data focus. I mean, just last month, the fourth most challenge for our bus customers was people not paying the fares. So respectfully, those are our customers telling us on bus that we need to do something about fare evasion on bus, and we're focused on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Mealy.
Yes. During the pandemic, how much employees did you lost their job due to not getting vaccinated?
That I will have to get back to you on. I do not know. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The answer is 0.
0? Okay. Why?
We had apparently. I'm sorry, Council. I'm new, so I was not part of it. But apparently 0. But we had a testing program in place, so the employees who were not vaccinated had to be tested.
Okay. So why I'm asking this question? To me, this is like union busting, outsourcing. At a time, 2 years now, and you say fare beaters, we losing money. And now, you as a city agency, when we could hire people to do this peace offering, do any of these peace officers have any authority to give tickets?
No, they don't.
Do they have any authority to arrest people?
They don't, no.
So you just said that your, the police department, the transit police, no, this peace officers, they go in 2 pairs. Do you think that the TA booth workers couldn't do the same thing?
So, with all due respect, they're not peace officers, right? They're unarmed guards.
If they can't do
But they're
anything,
they're trained security guards.
Yeah, they're trained security
That's what it is,
guards.
they go through.
outsource, not a city
Yeah.
agency. It's
Well, we're a
not a New
state,
York.
we're a state agency, council.
They're excuse me, what you said?
We're a state agency.
You're a state agency,
Yes.
but these officers, are they outsourced?
Yes, they
So
are
you tell
hired.
me we could not keep this money inside city?
Again,
Transit police. We could have used, now that the state troopers, we could do anything else but outsource.
Well,
Do
I
you
think that
we're
if the
getting
I'm sorry.
enough money for our buck, $1 million a month? $1 million a month we giving outside when we just went through a pandemic and with city employees need jobs. New York City need jobs.
Well, I think many of these are New Yorkers, but the point is that we're a state agency. We have the ability to do that, but they have been proven effective. But they're a small part of the overall policing strategy. Again, the chief will discuss that. And, you know, they are trained as...
Transit officers could do the same job, or token booth clerks, could not 2 in a pair be out in front?
Token... No, their job is
Could you
customer
tell me
service.
why?
Their job description is different. Fundamentally, it's different. They are not there to enforce fares. They're there to be customer service agents. I
But
encourage you
you
to talk
just
to the
said-
TBU yourself, because they, you know, in the conversations that we had about getting the agents out of the booth, you know, they wanted to be clear about what their job was going to be, and they did not want to be fare enforcers.
So
And
these
I agreed with
police
that, by the way. I
officers
agreed
can
with
Get
that.
them to pay their fare.
I'm sorry?
These police officers can stop people and tell them to pay their fare.
Well, police officers can, yes. The unarmed guards are there solely to ensure that the fare evasion gate is managed, so.
And you're telling me we paying $1 million a month that we cannot have any other agency within the city just close the door, close the gate?
I mean, we will have
Really?
these security guards as long as we need them. I hope we don't need them forever. And so, again, I can't speak to the city agency. We're a state agency. But I do, if you're asking my professional opinion, if I think this is a wise use of taxpayers' dollars, I do. I very much do.
You think paying $1 million to an outsource
I think
company
reducing
in
fare
which
evasion
we just went
is a
through
big,
2
important
years
issue.
of a pandemic.
Yes.
People need jobs. You could have posted on Facebook. You could have got 1 million people to do
I reject
this
that
job.
notion that these folks aren't New Yorkers. They happen to work for a private company.
But we need to have our unions thriving again. We lost a lot of people during the pandemic through death. And
176 at MTA, I know.
so we could have just replaced them with new and young people and older who want to get back in the system and have a job. I just feel this is a waste of tax dollars, money, $1 million a month. It makes, I'm saying outsourcing, you got out people out the booths now, and you're saying they can't do the same thing that others are doing. Just hire more transit workers, that they could get middle-class pay, they can get health care. This is the time that we need to start taking care of our people.
Which is why
not
we've been hiring
outsourcing
hundreds
money.
of employees, bus operators,
We need
train
to take care of our
operators,
home
conductors, station agents, and
This is a
cleaners.
waste of taxpayers' money.
I respectfully disagree, but I appreciate your opinion.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Farias.
Hi, everyone. I do just want to start off with saying I want to echo the sentiments of previous council members Rivera and Ressler. They took a couple of my questions, so hopefully we can just get through mine.
Great.
The rest that I have at least. Thank you for your testimony and for showing up today. I just want to start off with I think the topics were under the public safety measures that we're putting in place. You referred during your testimony that or during questioning, that there were different ways for folks, where we're placing officers on platforms in connection to different cars and things like that. I tried to think back of when I get on the train, can I identify what number car I am in? And so do we happen to have any identifiers on the train cars themselves on which car number you were in like direct relation to where we are placing the public safety officers in front of like where the conductors are?
Yeah, so it's not always, but I think working with NYPD, what we've asked, when possible, that the officers on the platforms, when on the platforms, they might be in the station mezzanine, they may actually be effectuating an arrest. I mean, there are many reasons why they wouldn't necessarily be on the platform. But I don't know if you've seen the so-called zebra board, so the black and white board in the middle of the platform. That's typically where our conductor, he or she would be stationed.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yep.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Inside each of the train cars, how can customers identify if they're in car 9 versus car 2 versus car 1 or adjacent to a conductor car?
Right, and so this is where I was headed. So the zebra board, so the center of the platform is where you would be on a conductor. So the conductor, depending on the size of the car, would be approximately car 5 or 6, right?
Okay.
But there's no identifier on a train that you're on car 6 or 10. Obviously, if you're at the end of the platform, you're more likely to be closer to 9 or 10. If you're at the front of the platform, 1 or 2. So if you want to station yourself close to the car or within the car that the officers are likely to be at when a train pulls in, and certainly where our conductors are, it's the middle where the zebra indicator is, if you will.
Sure. Do you think it would be helpful for the MTA to start putting in subway cars like car 1, car 2, car 3, car 4, et
I
cetera?
think
for
that would be a
customers?
logistic nightmare because
Really?
we flip the cars all the time. We cut them
That's
for for maintenance, and so if there was an easy way to do it, maybe with the future the future cars that we have, I think for the older fleet though that would be logistically difficult.
Okay.
But I appreciate the suggestion though.
Thank you. And in terms of looking back at, I know right now we're saying we try to put officers near where the conductors are because it's the middle of the train. Have we looked at in the past some of the incidences where people have fallen in or have been pushed in and tried to place people in those areas at those train stops across, like to where we see a reoccurrence? Is that data available? Are we looking back at data in that way?
Yeah, I mean, we don't think we have because there's no consistency in that regard. I know there have been a lot of high-profile, incidents that have been reported. Given the number of customers we have today, the incidents are rare. But still, we're looking, as mentioned earlier by one of your colleagues, for example, the stations we're looking at for the platform screen doors. That we looked at those places as places where we have high volume of customers, and then the ability with the platform to actually install it. But I'm not sure, even if we looked at the data, we would be making, changes to, where we would ask the officers to be located.
Yeah. Sure. It's not like we have one station where you've had like 7 people push or something over a really long time. These are not as common as you think it is.
No,
So
sure.
that's
No,
why,
I know they're not
out of
common.
472 stations, it becomes difficult to see.
Yeah.
If there was any indication that, hey, look, there might be some sort of issue at a station, we'd be working hand in hand with NYPD to try to get officers.
On the
there.
flip side, I think having them at the conductor station is actually effective because the conductor may know of a potential issue or someone. So, that I think is effective because the conductor occasionally has been able to say to a couple officers, hey, there's someone on, the car, a couple cars down, that might be an issue. Could you just poke your head in and check it out? So.
And just a question around the unarmed guards that we have. Are we equipping them to give away fair fares information?
I don't think we have, no, but we can. I mean,
That
if
would
that's
be
a
great.
suggestion, happy to.
I would love to make that suggestion. I think if we are realistically looking, I mean, it seems as if I understand, even though we have not seen where necessarily how, personally, as Councilmember Rester stated, I'm not seeing it every time I get on the train. It feels like the number is pretty exorbitant. People are, if they are evading a fare, it's economic reasons. Majority of the time, I would like to make that assumption. If there's a way that we can make sure when we are, intercepting it, giving people more information is always the best way, especially where we have a program now where many people, it continuously gets expanded, and we fail to do the outreach that we need to do. So equipping these unarmed guards while they're there with this information, I think would be really wonderful. And I have one more question, if possible. Thank you. In terms, and I'm sorry if you stated this already, in terms of the fines that are $100 that we then issue upon someone evading fare, do we have the breakdown of how we recoup our, $275 or the legal fees or anything like that? Or is this $100 that goes into the general fund that we never see again?
I don't. The $100 comes to MTA, but I don't have a collection rate or a breakdown of the cost to collect.
Okay.
It's an actual tab summons, which is a civil penalty, as opposed to a criminal court battle.
But do we know if it comes back to MTA, if it goes back to Fairfax?
It actually comes back to New York City Transit.
Yeah.
Okay, and MTA, do we know, does what with it in terms of infrastructure
That goes into
upgrades?
general funding as far as I know, but we can get a more definitive answer.
That would be appreciated. Thank you so
You're
much,
welcome.
and thank you to the chairs for allowing me more time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, Chairs, Brooke Powers and Hanks for keeping this. This is so important. We're talking about transportation, MTA going my way. But right now, I have a problem in my district, in District 46, which we live in transportation desert. And Marine Park is getting me, and that happened prior that I got to the space. But my job is to represent them well, amplify their voices. So now I want to know how we can rationalize to take buses line or station or even train station in a transportation desert. B2. That happened Kings Highway by train station East 16 that usually stop in Marine Park. And right now, I don't have the answer for them, and I'm looking forward to hear what you're gonna do because they want their bus. They don't have no transportation.
So I'm sorry, this is the B2 bus?
B2 bus.
B2
the B2
bus at
line.
Kingsway. So happy to answer that offline. I don't have the answer specifically, and happy to come out to your district too, by the way.
I know I'm going to talk to you more because community board is outraged right now.
Okay.
Some statement, but we're going to get that done. But some additional
I don't know what you...
recommendation I will put, because my colleague spoke about the cleanliness of the train. That goes from my district is not that bad, but so many districts, especially the stop in the black and brown communities, they need light and they need to maintain clean. And one of the statements I want to make about the almost 66% of the train or bus evasion, the fare evasion that happen in the black community, most of them, I would say, that has to do with lack of job, socioeconomic that we need to look into, and creating an opportunity and employ locally, and then try to get those young folks off the street. That will be something that where we can address the inequities in our city. And I would like to talk a little bit of what has happened with the sober safety plan to intervene with homelessness. I want to know how MTA staff are assigned to do outreach, if they are being trained, how many people have been diverted to services. Are you all keeping track of the interaction, and do we have data? Are you all seeing the same people returning, like the revolving door? And what type of training do MTA staff have received in order to do the outreach for the homelessness? I know it's a lot, but I want some answers.
Sure. So just back to the B2, for example, I think I understand now the question, and the question is related to our bus redesign. So to the extent we've proposed in a draft form to make changes to the B2, which came out 2 weeks ago, I can't emphasize enough, it is a draft plan, and we're going to begin community outreach starting in January for all of Brooklyn to provide us with feedback and input. I think at the press conference I said I could guarantee one thing, and one thing only: we did not get the plan 100% right. And so it's going to be incumbent upon us, Councilmember, to listen to you and your constituents, our customers, to make sure. So very happy to take that feedback if the B2 is a bit of a challenge. In fact, I'm reminded that our online comment is available now, but we wanted to wait until after the holiday season to begin both the virtual, the virtual workshop. So lots of opportunity. We've got many months before we actually roll it out. Second thing, you reminded me, your colleague left, but he did ask, he made a statement about station cleanliness, and I just wanted to clarify the record. Last month in October, almost 60% of our customers said their train was clean or very clean, and about 58% station cleanliness. Now, we have a long way to go, no doubt, and I am proud that we are putting out the very detailed metrics to know which specific stations are doing well and which ones aren't, and that is something that we are putting out and being very transparent to the public about where we need to improve. I would also
and cleanliness, when we talk about clean, is what you compare to. Because when you compare all, even when you travel, you see the trains. I mean, when you said it's increasing, I mean, it's better, it's getting better, getting better from what we used to have. But this is New York City. We cannot have our train station. There's not enough light. And we're talking about safety. That's one of the ways we can address the safety too.
New Yorkers have strong opinions, no doubt. So if they didn't think that we were, and they'll tell us, they didn't think their station was clean, they would tell us. Your lighting point is well taken. And we announced a program, I announced a program when I became president to begin a station refresh. We're calling it renovation. So not a full renovation, but where can we be making progress? And so what we've done is, in the Bronx in the last few months on the B and the D line, the concourse line, we're doing track work, and we've closed the line on the weekends. And the initial plan was not to go in and do anything to the stations. And we said, no, time out. Let's use the station closures to get in. And to your point, do the kind of painting that we need to do, the concrete repair, the stair repair work, and lighting. I'm very much obsessed with station and train lighting. We also announced in my Faster, Cleaner, Safer plan just last month that we're going to re-lamp all of the dingier, darker cars. We're going to be leveraging some subway action plan dollars to do that. And what's better is they'll actually be more energy efficient, so the maintenance of those will come down as well. So totally, hear you and agree with you that we need to be taking care of the kind of housekeeping issues. And again, I'm happy to, on the B2 or anything else, come to your district and see it for myself. I'm very happy to do that.
Mm-hmm. And about the outreach, the homeless outreach.
And so
we want to know more about it and the data, what's going on.
So our end-of-line process, I'll let Bobby maybe get in a little more detail, but our end-of-line process is a collaboration with Subways, but NYPD and the Department of Homeless Services, BRC. So we are collaborating with city departments on the outreach. So obviously we're not mental health experts, we're not homeless experts, right? We're trying to run a transit system. And so bringing together the collaborative, in a collaborative spirit, the departments across the city to do that. And so we're focusing in on those last stations on lines where folks, we can, potentially get them off trains and into services. I think to date, since this was launched under Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul's leadership, we've had about 800 in 9 months, 800 shelter placements for folks. I mean, again, more to do, but we take it very seriously. I know there was a remark earlier about making sure we're treating our customers who might have addiction issues or homelessness issues, mental health, with compassion, and we very much want to do that at transit.
Thank you.
And thank you. And last week, sorry, it's just that the referral part of it. I'm very concerned about that when the folks that working, because they're facing with those staff, so they know how to refer folks where they need to go if there is an issue before the police get involved. That's where my concern is. As a nurse, I'm very concerned about emotional disturbed folks not being understood fully.
That's right.
So thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next and last, we'll hear from Councilmember Nurse, and then we'll be shifting to the NYPD.
Thanks, Chair. Last but not least, I only have 3 questions, mostly just a follow-up for the data. So just for the $1 million in private security, can you just say exactly how many people that allows you to deploy?
Sure.
That's roughly 200 people is what we're utilizing there. I just want to make one other point for the record is that, the guards that we're hiring is really a temporary item. This isn't like we're hiring someone to be here for 10 or 20 years.
How long is that temporary period?
What's that?
How long do you anticipate that temporary period?
Right now, we're going to keep them for a while until we see some of the fare evasion stabilize.
So
You know,
conditional.
So we'd be looking to utilize them for a while. But again, when you're talking about, like, maybe as far as jobs and stuff, we're not expecting this to be 20 years of having, you know, guards at gates.
How often are you doing a assessment on that?
Bi-weekly.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we have a ComStat meeting, myself and our security team, to look at the effectiveness, look at the fare uptick at stations, to look at fare vending machine maintenance issues, see if there's any customer complaints, et cetera. But we're, you know, looking at it on a regular basis because $1 million. I mean, look, I do believe it is a wise investment, but it's an investment, and so we need to make sure that we're using it wisely.
No, thank you for that. My second question was if you could speak to any collaborative efforts between the MTA, DSS on physical on-site outreach events around the Fair Fare program.
Oh, sure.
How many do you do?
Yeah.
Is it specific to those, whatever, six stations that maybe have the highest fare evasion stats?
Yeah, so what we've been doing is, so I've been hosting transit talks at the stations that's, by the way, scored the lowest on our customer satisfaction. And we've been inviting the DSS team responsible for signing folks up for Fair Fares to attend, and they have over the last, I think now 4 events we've held, and which has been very successful, and we're gonna continue. I think I'm at a station later this week. I know I am on Queens. You know, that team will be there to sign folks up. I also think, too, the idea that your colleague mentioned about having maybe some Fair Fares material on hand with the unarmed guards. I like that idea. And my hope, my vision is for for the station agents who are more reactive, right, sitting in the booth and waiting for someone to come over to them, they can be more reactive. And if they see, you know, a customer who might avail themselves or might have questions about the various fare products we have, including Fair Fares, to be able to provide that information. So I think, you know, both working with the city, you know, at Transit, we're committed to getting as many folks enrolled in that program as we can. And, you know, there are a lot of folks who are, hopefully today that we're getting some notoriety for this, but there are a lot of folks who qualify who still haven't signed up.
Yeah, I think it would be great to have some kind of permanent signage at each location, especially where you're saying the rates are high or some.
Yeah, we have done some
physical
advertising.
Outreach space that
Yeah.
can just always be a booth that's always there until you start to see those down. But thank you for your answer. And
Sure.
then my last question was, can you elaborate on the AI technology that you're exploring with the surveillance cameras in terms of what is the specific function that the AI
Sure.
would be doing?
We first looked at AI to basically look at fare evasion. There was a company, Barcelona-based, that actually has used this type system inside the transit system. And what it allows us to do is actually utilize the cameras that we have to actually see how people are committing fare evasion. And what I mean by that, you can actually see by the AI, they're going over the turnstile, under the turnstile, going through the gate the wrong way, or even back-cocking the actual turnstile.
So it just,
we're
like,
able to
zooms
look-
into a certain type
it-
of
why-
physical
It actually alerts us, correct,
Okay.
correct, right to the physical characteristics of someone committing fare evasion. So what that does is that gives us a lot of intel as far as where to deploy police officers or security officers to actually say, okay, here's what we're seeing. And if we're seeing that gate open for an extended amount of time with people going through, now we have video evidence of it. And at that point, we can actually deploy a little bit more smartly, as opposed to just picking stations to actually put guards in.
Yeah, I'd like us to learn more about, you know, more about this. I don't know much about AI. I'm admittedly very ignorant, but I really want to understand, is it that you're just placing a camera a certain way and this technology is zooming in on a
Yes.
a lifted leg or a jump or something like that?
That's exactly,
How
and
is
it
that
learns as it
different
goes.
from-
AI actually learns as it goes, so
Okay.
it refines itself as it moves on.
So how is that different from the ways you already track fare evasion through?
Well, the nice part
the
is
folks that
again,
you have on the
you know,
ground?
counting fare evasion on a counter basis is very different. This is utilizing cameras, it's not putting people out there, all right, to actually have to watch. You can pick up stuff when no one's there, and we can actually take that information and that data and actually like filter it out and say, okay, here's where we need to be. I know that between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., all right, at 111th Street on the A line, that people are going through the turnstile, right, or jumping the turnstile, or going through the gates. So that gives us a lot better way to go. And again, when you talk about 5,000 cameras, coming in, you really need something that's going to focus you in on what we want to look at.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Nurse. I just want to have one follow-up question before we move on to NYPD. You mentioned that lobbying in Albany for a law expanding the transit ban statute. What would this new legislation allow for?
Well, I think it would allow for a broadening of the crimes that occur that would be banned. So right now, it's pretty restricted to assaults on MTA workers and then sex crimes in the system. So you can imagine there's probably other, crimes against customers, for example, where it might merit a transit ban, and I think that's what we would be exploring.
Thank you so much,
Sure.
and thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for having us again. Appreciate it.
I'll turn it over to Elliot, who's counsel for Department of Transportation. NYPD. I meant you.
You cannot come and talk to Yeager and not talk to me.
Our next witnesses will be from the New York City Police Department: Michael Kemper, Acting Chief of Transit; Thomas Pinella, Deputy Chief; Raymond Porteous, Inspector; and Michael Clark, Director of Legislative Affairs. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
There you go. Good morning, Chair Hanks, Chair Brooks Powers, and members of the council. I'm Michael Kemper, the Acting Chief of Transit for the New York City Police Department. I'm joined here today by Deputy Chief Thomas Pinella, Inspector Raymond Porteous, and Director Michael Clark. On behalf of Police Commissioner Keyshawn L. Sewell, I am pleased to testify before your committees regarding public safety in the subway system. Not only is safety in our subways a crucial topic for discussion, but this hearing could not be more timely for me on a personal note. As the new Acting Chief of the Transit Bureau, starting just last week, this hearing also gives me an opportunity to introduce myself to all of you. I knew from an early age that I wanted to help people, and there seemed no better place to do that than joining the ranks of the NYPD. I joined the department when I was 20 years old, at the earliest possible time, and I've spent the last 31 years doing everything within my ability to make sure New Yorkers are safe. I began my career in 1991 on patrol in the 62nd Precinct in Brooklyn. Since then, I served in a number of precincts, several patrol and detective borough assignments, and in the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Strategic Initiatives. I held executive positions in several precincts, in the Detective Bureau, and prior to my current appointment, I recently served as the Borough Commander for Patrol Borough Brooklyn South. It is a great and humbling honor to me to bring my experience and knowledge of public safety to our transit system. We in the Transit Bureau have been tasked with the enormous responsibility of protecting the safety of the busiest metropolitan rail system in the nation, comprised of 25 lines, 472 stations, over 6,000 train cars, and over 600 miles of track. It cannot be overstated how important our subways are to the residents, businesses, and visitors of this great city. Each and every day, millions of New Yorkers utilize our subways for a myriad reasons. Whether going to and from work or school, to our businesses to shop, to appointments, or to visit our diverse neighborhoods and attractions, riders deserve to enter our transit system and arrive at their destination safely. This is my mission, and this is the mission of all transit officers. And I look forward to working with all of you to help achieve this goal. When it comes to crime in our subway system, I think we are at an important moment as the year comes to a close. Last month, major crime in the transit system decreased nearly 13% when compared to November last year. This decline is continuing in the opening weeks of December. Moreover, when compared to pre-pandemic ridership levels in 2019, major crime is down by 6.3%. There is certainly more work that needs to be done. Year-to-date index crime is up by 30% in the subway system. But these recent numbers are encouraging and demonstrate real progress that has been made under this administration. Mayor Adams and Commissioner Sewell have made it no secret that they believe, as I'm sure all of us here today do, that the subways are the lifeblood of New York City. Safety, however, has to be reflected not just in our stats, but also in the impression of riders. They must feel safe too. We know that the public often feels a sense of relief when an officer is riding a car or in close proximity on a platform. Throughout the year, the NYPD has increased its visibility and presence throughout the system. Under the Mayor's Subway Safety Plan, our strategy has been more visibility, more coverage, and more public engagement. Over 1,000 additional officers were surged into the system earlier this year. Officers have been riding the train cars alongside passengers, inspecting stations and other important areas, and covering platforms as well. When it comes to deployment, particular emphasis is placed on our most active transportation hubs. The uniformed leadership is not immune to this strategy either. Prior to my appointment, I too had to personally patrol the subways, as every executive above the rank of deputy inspector must now do. I will obviously do it much more now. Last month, when we began extending tours of 1,200 additional officers each day, which has further enhanced police presence in the subways, enabling officers to cover platforms in at least 300 stations during peak hours. Our Community Affairs Bureau also launched a safety awareness campaign in the fall, which enlists crime prevention officers visiting our busiest stations to conduct public outreach and provide safety tips to riders, such as safeguarding their valuables and being aware of their surroundings. It is also not just physical presence that contributes to this enhanced visibility in the system. In the fall, the MTA began playing public safety messages on trains and platforms from Police Commissioner Sewell to let riders know that the NYPD is there to help and to alert our officers of unsafe conditions. The increase of officers in the subway system, including police presence on platforms, not only enhances our response to dangerous situations, but also serves as a deterrent to those who seek to commit crime and make riders feel safe while waiting for their train to arrive. So far this year, officers have conducted nearly 1 million subway safety inspections, and their hard work has led to a 46% increase in arrests. Of note, arrests for robbery are up nearly 38%, and felony assault is up about 16%. While I have complete faith in the dedicated men and women of the NYPD, I also know that we cannot do it alone. We have vital partners who lend their expertise to our shared mission in providing a safe experience in the subway. We have worked seamlessly with our partners in the MTA and the MTA police under this administration. We communicate daily to ensure we are deploying resources to where they are needed most. MTA conductors have been announcing our presence on subway platforms and in the trains, and also alerting riders when a station has an NYPD transit district within it. This serves the dual purpose of allowing riders to know that help is close by if needed, and to warn potential perpetrators that the police are present. The role of cameras in the subway cannot be overstated. Strategically placed, they can be a deterrent to individuals committing crime and provide evidence that can assist in leading police to the perpetrator. The MTA and the NYPD work together closely to monitor live feeds and to provide camera footage to members of our Detective Bureau. To that end, the MTA will be making a further investment in safety by installing more cameras throughout the subway. Behavioral health challenges add further complexities to ensuring the safety of riders. And again, collaboration with our partner agencies has been critical. Throughout the year, we have deployed joint response teams, which brings the NYPD, the Department of Homeless Services, and community-based providers together to connect chronically homeless individuals with the services they need. These teams have made over 30,000 contacts with people experiencing homelessness this year, with thousands accepting referrals for healthcare services. Overall, more than 7,000 individuals have accepted shelter service from members of the NYPD. We have also partnered with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to team police officers with clinical nurses. These teams cover high-use stations to ensure people who are suffering from mental illness and pose a danger to themselves or others are brought to a hospital where they can obtain the help that they need. Our work is further enhanced by the state, which has created new transition to home units, which help individuals end the cycle of homelessness. They are also launching safe option support teams, which will assist individuals suffering from chronic extreme homelessness to enroll in supportive housing programs, and will deploy them throughout New York City. When it comes to mental illness and homelessness in the subways, we know that this is a long-standing and highly complicated topic, and we are willing to play our part alongside our partners, and it has the full support and attention of the NYPD. Subway ridership continues to grow, and with the holiday season here, there are even more riders using the system. We have had some very positive recent successes, and there are still challenges ahead. I want to remind the public, though, that this is the best police department in the world. There is no police department that is better trained and better equipped to address these challenges and fulfill the mission of keeping the New York City subway system safe. We cannot allow our riders to feel unsafe while riding the subways. We cannot allow them to be threatened, harassed, or in the worst cases, subjected to violence. With the department working together with all stakeholders, we will decrease crime, provide help to those who need it, and further restore the confidence New Yorkers have in the safety of our subway system. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and speak before you today. We look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Assistant Chief Kemper. And we do thank you for NYPD and for all the work that you do. We appreciate that. So I'm going to start with some questionings, and thank you for your testimony. First, we'll get into like the fare evasion enforcement. We're required to report on a number of arrests and summons issued for fare evasion, disaggregated by subway station where the arrest was made, the precinct, arresting officers, age, race, and sex of arrestee. I think what my question is like, do we drill down on the cause, and are we changing and shifting as that becomes apparent?
So, in relation to fare evasion, let me say this. I mentioned in my opening that I did subway patrol duties as per the police commission. Started this earlier in the year. And it was eye-opening for me in many ways, both positive and negative. And to be quite honest with you, I was shocked with what I saw, particularly at that mezzanine area by the where the fares are taken, the turnstile area. To be quite frank, just about every, if not every, station I was in, and I started my journey on both those occasions in Brooklyn on Church Avenue and Nostrand Avenue, and I went into Manhattan deep, and I came back. It's a free-for-all. A lot of people aren't paying. I was in full uniform, and people were going through the turnstile without paying. People were asking me to help them go through without paying, hold the door for them, and giving me attitude when I closed the door. Those are facts. So that was eye-opening, for me. So just in relation to fare evasion, it's my opinion, it's our opinion, public safety begins the minute a customer enters the subway system. There can't be signs of lawlessness the second someone walks into a subway system for so many reasons. First and foremost, it's not fair to the paying customer. It's not fair to the MTA who's losing untold millions of dollars. And think about the perception that gives someone, the average citizen that's paying their fare walking in, when their first minute into their journey is observing an atmosphere that shows it's a free-for-all, it's lawlessness. People going through the turnstile, perception. And they take that perception, and that perception travels with them throughout the entire journey. And it goes home with them. That's what they remember from what they first see. So fare evasion is a component of our plan to reduce crime. We'll talk about fare evasion. I'll pass it off to Inspector Porteous. He'll talk to you about the total numbers of fare evasion. A couple of key points I want with fare evasion. This is not about arresting people. This is not about summoning people. This is about correcting a problem that's quite evident. 97% of individuals that are stopped for fare evasion walk away minutes later with civil summons. 97%. Only 3%, so 97 out of 100 people, only 3 of those people are arrested. And Inspector Porteous will detail the reasons why, but they're wanted. Usually, the most time they're wanted, they have active warrants. We also, I'm sure as this testimony moves forward, we also recover, and some of them are wanted for very serious crimes, murder, rape. Some of them are possessing firearms. You know, we're talking about fare evasion. In the last 6 days, I want to say, I could be off by 1 day. I want to say it's the last 6, it might even be 5. There have been 4 separate incidents in New York City, 2 in Brooklyn, 1 in Queens, 1 in Bronx, where police officers stopped someone for fare evasion and recovered guns. A total of 5 guns were removed in 4 incidents in those 4 boroughs, strictly on fare evasion. So we're taking weapons and we're returning wanted people, but again, that's not our goal. Our goal is to have no enforcement. We just want people to pay. And 97% are issued a summons within minutes, right?
Yeah, like the chief, can you hear me? Yeah, like the chief alluded to, you know, we have to reset the tone at the gates. You know, consider ourselves the guardian of the gates, and that's a balance because we also have to protect the trains. We want our officers riding the trains. That's very important. And on the platforms, you heard President Davey talking about where the officers should be positioned, those zebra stripes. That's a specific reason why we want them there. Those officers, or if it's a what we call a TOMS being done, the supervisor would be on the platform. I'll just paint the picture. It's almost like a checkpoint where the sergeant is at the conductor's position, tells the conductor, we're going to be here for a couple of minutes, we're going to board the train. They may have officers spread out throughout the platform, and they'll go into those 8 to 10 cars. Give everybody a sense of security that's on the train. That's considered TOMS. The ordinary officers that are assigned to the platform, they would do the same thing, check in with the conductor, patrol the platform. As I mentioned, train patrol, we also have train officers on trains. Getting back to the fare evasion, we cannot abandon the turnstile fare arrays. And like the chief mentioned, it's not for monetary gain, it's to set the tone. As soon as your experience comes down and you see people jumping, going over the turnstile, under, through the exit gate, it sets that sense of lawlessness. We want to correct that behavior. So I'll just go through some numbers. We have 82,000 fare evasion contacts for the year. Of that, as the boss mentioned, 97% of those people stopped, get some sort of a summons, they're on their way several minutes later. The remaining 3% are taken into custody, and that's for a variety of reasons. Most likely they are wanted for other crimes. We cleared 650 warrants year to date. That means, as the chief mentioned, some heinous crimes. I'll give you 2 examples. Back in September, in East New York, Brooklyn, District 33 officers at Alabama on the J stopped an individual walking through the gate, and they put into their computer, we found out that he was wanted by the 7-5 Precinct Squad. For what? For shooting somebody and killing them. He shot a person in the head on the sidewalk in June. That was brought back to the 7-5 Precinct. They arrested that individual. Back in September, jumping a turnstile. Then, just last month, out in the Rockaways at Beach 60th Street, officers from District 23 stopped an individual going through the turnstile. That person was wanted up in the 110 precinct for shooting a gun at 2 people in the street. Didn't hit them, thank God, but these fare evasions, you can see, this would be perceived as a minor crime. Well, we just solved 2 kind of heinous crimes, and as I mentioned, we returned 650 people on warrants. Not to mention, the boss mentioned, we recovered 10, 11 guns year to date on fare evasion encounters, as well as removing 180 plus knives or other sharp instrument weapons during those encounters.
Wow, thank you very much.
May I add, I know Councilwoman Farias mentioned the fares. There is a remedy for folks that cannot pay. You know, we don't want to criminalize it. You know, people don't have the means to do it, but there are, and I think I like her suggestion about getting that message out. I think it's underutilized, the Fair Fares program, to get that message out. It's half fares program that people can utilize, and they can get into the system without jumping over, going under, and going through the emergency gate.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that was kind of like the purpose of my question, to really kind of like paint a picture for everyone, you know, the why, and I appreciate having hard facts and statistics that kind of paint a different picture, that we're actually capturing folks that are a little bit more dangerous, and then there is a mechanism that we can help folks who may not be able to pay, but that is, for the most part from your testimony, that is like the outlier. So how does the police deployment to a specific subway station for more patrol is determined? You know, what are the stations with the highest number of arrests, and why? If you can talk a little bit about that.
You want me to start with how we deploy?
Yes.
So when it, this one's back, good. So when it comes to deployment, that's so important we get it right. And we're constantly shifting. You know, we want to maximize our presence as best we can. We want to make sure we deploy our assets, our cops, where they're needed to be, right? Not only needed to be, whether it's the platform, whether it's on the train, whether it's the mezzanine area, the stairwell, the right times, the right hours. You know, we're very fortunate, we're very blessed in the NYPD. We keep good data. We're constantly looking at current crime trends. You know, in the Transit Bureau, I got to say, I'm here a little less than a week, but I'm very, very impressed already with what I see. I'm getting notified almost live on so much that's going on in the system, you know, which is very, very refreshing. So first and foremost, crime dictates where we deploy our personnel. The good thing this isn't really that's not difficult, right? If we have a rash of robberies at a station, whether it's the Times Square station, or I'll take you back to the Church Avenue station, certainly we're going to recognize that as quickly as possible, and we're going to deploy resources there and assets during the right times, the right hours. What we want to do, the name of the game is, again, maximizing our presence, avoiding duplications, making sure that everyone in the Transit Bureau and everyone outside the Transit Bureau in the NYPD, because we're going to talk about outside resources coming in to assist us, we're all deploying, we're all aware where our deployment is, and we just, again, just maximize our presence, trying to avoid duplication, and really, really trying to avoid voids. But crime is really the top determining factor. Listen, we could follow it up with community complaints. Certainly, ridership numbers will dictate it, but really, crime is the #1 driving factor.
Thank you so much. Again, so for the record, so everyone understands like what this looks like when you're deploying, what are the procedures and protocols for subway patrol?
For an average police officer?
Correct. So you were kind of talking about it before, the different levels of deployment, but what are, like, just talk to us about what it means to be patrolling a subway system. What are some of the procedures, the protocols?
So I'll give you I kind of alluded to a little bit of a train patrol.
Mm-hmm.
So if this officer is assigned to a train patrol, he or she will work with a partner that will leave the district, and then they're giving an assignment. So for example, I'll use District 1 as an example. The officers may be assigned train patrol from 86th Street on the 1 down to 42nd Street in Times Square. That encompasses that district's line on the red line, and those officers are expected to patrol that entire line going back and forth, and there may be a directed patrol in there. The chief alluded to a crime. So say at 72nd and Broadway, there was a rash of school robberies, grand larcenies. They would conduct a directed patrol. What that means is they would get off the train during their train patrol and check the entire station. If somebody was wanted, they would be armed on it. These phones, I know they're a problem, but these things, we disseminate a lot of intelligence information on these phones. So a wanted poster may come over, that officer would be expected to look at the phone, and then at 72nd Street, scour the entire station. And that includes going topside by the street stairs, the mezzanine, going down, checking in with the boot clerk, well, until they're gone, but then as they move out of the booths, they'll be in and around the mezzanine area, the cleaners. We work very well hand in hand with the MTA folks. They're our brethren. You know, we consider them that. Their wealth of knowledge. You heard the president talking about it, Vice President Deal. The cleaners, the boot clerks, the motormen, the conductors, the general station managers, those are the people we want to touch base with every day because they have a wealth of knowledge of what's going on in the stations. So circling back to the train patrol, those officers would get off that directed and then continue. So that's kind of like for instance, on a train patrol officer's assignment. In addition to that, there are officers that respond to calls for assignment. So there may be what's considered a sector car, 2 persons in a car, and they may be able to respond to other jobs in and around that district. Could be calls for emergency to serve people, some kind of a larceny, calls for help, somebody that's experiencing a heart attack. We respond as a co-response with the MTA, with the EMS and the fire department. If that kind of answers your question.
It definitely answers my question. I appreciate that. To kind of build on that, when you talk about deployment, are they deployed beyond a pair? Is there a situation where a police officer would be by themselves?
Well,
can you elaborate?
Yeah, we work in pairs as a team, but there are instances where I mentioned before about the TOMS, that's a transit order maintenance sweep, and that's like the sergeant would get together with 4 to 8 cops at a particular station to conduct a train inspections. We're kind of like, limited to that because we want to, make sure we're like a force multiplier. However, at heavy stations where we're experiencing a great deal of crime on the train, we might want to use that tactic. It's been used for probably 20, 30 years. So it's something that we kind of been doing, but we've been getting away from that.
So to answer your question, there are times when there's more than 2 cops. We can go to bag checks that you'll probably see at certain situations throughout the city, the TOM checks, or stuff like that. But there are different times when you'll see more than 2 police officers together, but that's for a reason. And again, the name of the game is proper deployment and maximizing our presence, and that's really what it is. But there are certain things we do that call for more than 2 cops.
And if I may add, Chair, it's also supervision. Like, we don't want the cops bunched up. We've had instances like that, but we address it, and that's where the supervision comes in. The frontline sergeant, our integrity control officers, they're the lieutenants that work in the command. They dish out the discipline. They're usually in plain clothes. They're going out and checking those folks as well. We have duty captains that are out there, as well as the boss alluded to, deputy inspector and above. That includes the 4-star chief of department. Chief manager was out there last week riding the rails with the chief. They're all out, making sure that the cops are supposed to be where they're doing and what they're supposed to be doing. And then to that end, they got to know what the mission is. What is the mission? Why are they there? Especially, Chief Pinella is going to talk about the deployment, about the outside resources, the patrol officers from the precincts coming in. We arm all these folks with intelligence information. I alluded to the fact about wanted posters, training. We make sure the officers have training. We put out, there's 4 videos out, how to patrol on the subway, and as well as wanted posters.
Thank you very much. So are you done? You finished with your?
Yeah,
oh, excellent.
We're ready for your question.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to move back to the testimony, and we were talking about behavioral health, Department of Health. What are some of the challenges NYPD faces? You know, are you experiencing any cycling back into the system when it comes to addressing folks that have mental health and behavioral health issues?
So
And what would we do to help mitigate that?
So Director Clark and Chief Manella are going to speak on this topic.
Good afternoon. So we currently have 3 ongoing initiatives that I could talk about dealing with mental health and homeless outreach. But it's in step with the mayor's subway safety plan to help the homeless and help the mentally ill receive the support they need. The police commissioner mentioned early this year that providing meaningful help to some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers requires a comprehensive multi-agency approach. That's where we're at now. So it's not just a police function to deal with homelessness or mentally ill people. Our goal is to help people. We want to get the homeless or the mentally ill individuals into services they need to hopefully accept long-term help. It's about taking care of those who sadly can't take care of themselves, balance the needs and expectations of our riders with the needs of those who sadly see the subway as a place of refuge. So I work closely with the mayor's office, Deputy Mayor Williams Isom and her staff, DHS Commissioner Jenkins and his staff, and Assistant Commissioner of DOH-MH, Dr. Michael McRae and his staff. We have weekly meetings on the initiatives that are in progress right now.
And I do think it's always been a challenge to make sure that people who are receiving these services stay in the services. You know, we work with our partners to make our partner experts tell us that sometimes it takes many contacts with a person for the services to stick, right? So we'll keep working with them to make those contacts and try and make sure that they get the help that they need. It's certainly something that, you know, all providers struggle with, and we rely on our partner agencies and their expertise to help us navigate those issues.
Thank you. I'm just going to stay in that line of questioning for a little bit. So we mentioned in the testimony there are 2 programs designed to assist the chronically homeless individuals in the subway system, the Joint Response Team Program and the partnership with DOH-MH to pair with NYPD officers with clinical nurses. How many joint response teams are working currently in each borough, notwithstanding Staten Island because we don't have a subway system, but...
Right, none in Staten Island, the 4 boroughs. But just getting back to your question about, we do see the same people. Those are the ones that are embedded, that really need the help. And it, like Michael said, it takes a long time to work on them and get them into services, you know, with the social workers. So our joint response teams, we started in February of this year after the mayor announced his subway safety plan. We currently have 3 teams working. Those teams go out, it's 2 police officers go out with a DHS worker and go to different complexes throughout the system and try to interact with the homeless out there. So our role is to escort them out there and let the social workers interact with those people at those locations. So that's currently 2 officers and a DHS worker that we have working. We also have End of the Line initiative. That was started in March of this year after the joint response teams. So basically what the End of the Line is, it's midnight to 5 in the morning. We go out, it's 4 or 5 different End of the Line locations, a joint effort with Department of Homeless Services, Bowery Residents Committee, the MTA, and the MTA PD. And trains come into the station, MTA makes an announcement, everybody has to get off the train for cleaning. We help people get off the train, and there's social workers on the platforms, whether DHS or BRC, that
can interact with those people at the end of the line. It's a little easier interacting with them at the end of the line than it is on a moving train for various reasons. So they interact with those people. Like I said, we do 4 or 5 terminal stations. The MTA PD does 3 other terminal stations in the city. And we do have an executive in charge every night. So Captain Echeverria is in charge 5 days a week. She oversees the operations going on during the night. If there's any questions or any issues the officers might have, or the supervisors out there, everything is supervisor driven. We have a supervisor at each of those locations. So if there's a question by the officers, on what to do, or with the health workers have a question, then, she's out there to answer those questions. The third initiative that we have, and that was started in October 17th, that's NYPD going out with DOH, MH, nurses and clinicians. I just want to go back to the end of the line. There are some nurses and clinicians at the end of the line, so they do some 958 removals at those locations. We let them do that. That's the nurses and clinicians making those decisions on those removals at the end of the line. When we go out with the DOH-MH, it's 2 officers again, go out with a nurse or clinician and hit numerous stations within the system. And their primary goal, there's no DHS with these teams. It's primarily looking for anybody that might have some kind of or exhibiting mental illness or mental crisis within the subway system.
Thank you. How many clinical nurses are currently working right now? And can you give more detail on how the partnership works? Are they full-time employees? Are they part-time employees?
I'm not sure about whether they're full-time or part-time, but we work in teams. There's always 6 teams going out.
How many?
6 teams, so it's at least 6 nurses or clinicians. Sometimes there's a couple more that go out with the teams.
Citywide?
Yes.
Okay.
And then again, like I said earlier, there's other nurses and clinicians that work end of the lines with us.
So I have, along those lines, I have Councilmember Stevens. I'm going to be asking some questions in the same vein. As part of the subway safety plan, 5 community-based homeless outreach teams will be deployed to the highest needs in the city. When will these teams be doing outreach? And will these teams be under a city agency or community-based organization?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Apologies. As part of the subway safety plan, 5 community-based homeless outreach teams will be deployed to the highest need stations in the city. When will these teams begin doing outreach, and will these teams be under a city agency or community-based organization?
So the teams we already have set up, the DOH-MH teams, those are the 6 teams that we go to different locations within the city. I'm not sure if that's the same that's being referred to in that question.
Okay, well, maybe we'll drill down and we'll get back to you on that one. Can you walk us through the response that will be taken when MTA PD or NYPD encounters someone having a mental health crisis on the subway system?
So if we're out with a nurse clinician, we'll let that nurse clinician engage that person and make that determination whether that person should be removed as an I-58 removal or not.
Thank you so much. I want Chair Brooks Powers, do you have any questions for NYPD? I didn't ask those.
Thank you for your testimony. So since earlier this fall, the NYPD has increased its presence on subway platforms and added announcements from the train conductors to alert riders to the availability of police. Has the presence of police on the platforms reduced response time to incidents on the train?
Yeah, I don't have data to support it, but just common sense and experience from doing this a long time, I'd say yes. You know, I think the presence and the presence of these police officers on the platforms, the value that we're getting and the results we're getting is multifaceted. So what do I mean by that? I think the increased presence is assisting in driving crime down, and I'd like to talk about crime at some point. You know, the crime that we're experiencing. Crime is down, you know, in the most current CompStat period, which is the last month period, almost 26% in the subway system in New York. So, and you know, and it's really in line with the mayor's subway safety plan, and with the you know, extraordinary decision to place so many cops in the subway system. So these uniformed cops are crime fighters. We could talk factual incidents, and I could say with certain, you know, with fact, where train doors opened and a cop is standing on a platform and they're interrupting crimes. Equally, what I meant for that is that, you know, they're paying dividends on different levels. You know, so much of police work is about fighting crime, and there is so much more to police work than fighting crime. They're there to help people, give directions, aid sick people. These officers that are on the platforms, this infusion of cops, have given Narcan to people that are overdosed that they're coming across. They're saving people literally that are accidentally falling on the tracks. There was an incident a couple of weeks ago in Upper Manhattan. That video went viral where 2 cops were seen running around. They became alerted. They jumped on the station. They carried the gentleman that fell on the tracks off, and the train came by seconds later. Those were cops from the infusion assigned to a platform. So instead, you know, in addition to just fighting crime, they're literally saving lives, either Narcan. Over the weekend, I want to say it was Saturday. Again, we're going to go back to Brooklyn, East 18th Street. Again, uniformed cops alerted that someone's on a track. They ran there. Again, saved, well, you know, potentially saved this person's life. With certainty, they pulled him off the tracks. It's all captured on video. Myself and the police commissioner posted that body cam. So again, we can't underestimate just how valuable they are in addition to just crime fighting. I also say this also. How do you quantify how many crimes they stopped? Think about that, right? Just the presence and the infusion of cops, how do you quantify how many crimes didn't occur because of their presence? I'd venture to say probably a lot. But here's what I can say with certainty. Since the infusion of cops, 25.7% overall crime reduction in the New York subway system. That's a factual data. That's a factual number.
How many police are currently deployed as part of the increased presence, and at what hours?
So yeah, so I'm going to hand that off to Chief Pinella again to talk about the additional resources. But we're going to talk about straight time. We're going to talk about overtime and how we coordinate with the Transit Bureau personnel. So go ahead, Tom.
So the Transit Bureau averages slightly less than 1,300 members daily. That's over basically 3 different tours. So this increase in deployment, it's a system-wide saturation of police presence, infusing the subway system with uniformed police officers. Our outside help is focused on the platforms. Transit officers are focused on the train, the mezzanines, and turnstiles. So we did have Patrol Services Bureau, those are the precinct cops, come into the subway. Previously, we've had some straight time, full tour officers at 82 different stations. They work a day tour, which is our 2nd platoon, and a 3rd platoon, covering 41 stations and 41 stations on each of the tours. So that's 164 police officers. The additional officers that you spoke about, the 1,200 officers that was added, that's covering 600 stations. Those are 4-hour post tours. After the first platoon, 600 officers covering 300 stations. And then after the second platoon, which is the day tour, 600 officers covering 300 stations. So it's the morning rush hour and the PM rush hour where you're going to see a majority of these police officers out there on the platforms. There's also people that come in on a day off and work. They supplement 124 more stations. So just looking at, coverage by borough, the breakdown is 34% Brooklyn, 32% Manhattan, 18% Queens, and 17% Bronx. Mainly.
Can you give me those percents again?
Brooklyn covering 34%, 32% Manhattan, 18% in Queens, and 17% in the Bronx.
What about Staten Island?
No, we don't cover,
you don't cover
subways in
okay.
the Staten. So, in addition to that, we have our own Transit Bureau High Visibility Train Patrol. So our officers do 4-hour post tour on all platoons. That gives us an additional 600 members per average day, and that covers 274 train patrols. So that gives us the additional officers on train patrol, riding those trains, people seeing them. In addition to that, we also, the chief had mentioned community affairs. They're at 20 high-volume stations during the AM rush hour and during the PM rush hour, Monday to Friday. MTA police, I know you talked about that. They assist us in covering 5 different stations also, 40 to 50 officers covering those stations. And like I said, with the end of the line, they do cover 3 end-of-the-line stations out there. So
I just want to add also the uniform patrol from the other bureau, Patrol Service Bureau. The police commissioner and chief of department has mandated that when they have time also to visit the train station in their respective sector also. And we keep data on that too, and we have the numbers on how many station inspections. So theoretically, a sector, when they had downtime, they would go to the train station in his or her sector, and they would get out and they would do a subway inspection, meaning they would go into the station, look around, make sure everything's all right, and then they would resume patrol, rather than just drive around aimlessly.
So those precinct sectors have done over 500,000 transit patrols in the subway system. Pair that with over 450,000 station inspections by transit officers, and you have over 1 million patrols in the subway system.
Now, you alluded to this a little bit, but I just want to be clear. So have the police officers that's a part of the increased presence, have they been reassigned from other patrols outside of the transit system? And if so, what were the patrols? I heard community affairs, but are there any other?
So those officers are assigned to precincts. They come into subways. They do tour extensions. So they work their normal tour in the precinct, and they work those 4 extra hours in the subways on the different tours after their tour.
And the 4 extra hours is considered overtime?
Correct.
Yes.
So in other words, the precinct's not losing them. They're there for the entire tour.
I just want to now shift over to involuntary hospitalization of the mentally ill. So although the mayor's directive to involuntarily hospitalize individuals who cannot meet their own basic human needs, quote unquote, has been framed as a policy aimed at providing help to New Yorkers who are unsheltered and have severe mental illness, there has been robust media coverage that says such policy is equally aimed at addressing public safety concerns, particularly in the subway. Advocates and mental health providers are concerned that this narrative that the majority of safety concerns in the subway system, stem from unsheltered persons with severe mental illness will cause those carrying out the directive to engage with these individuals and act as fuel for escalation. How does NYPD plan on ensuring that law enforcement implementing the directive, particularly in the subway, have the necessary tools and training to recognize when someone actually needs to be hospitalized and receive intervention out of concern for their well-being rather than out of concern that that person's presence in the subway is a potential threat to public safety?
Yeah, and I think that's a good question. We are rolling out training this week for our officers. The initial training will be with our training sergeants, and every command has a training sergeant who is responsible for providing training to the officers in their precinct. But this isn't new necessarily. The expansion based on the Office of Mental Health guidance expands when we can utilize hospitals to help people who are mentally ill and unable to care for themselves and in danger of causing significant harm, and that's new and that's being added. But the officers have been trained on how to interact with people suffering from mental health starting in the academy. They've been trained on what it looks like for someone who is a danger to themselves or others. This is expanding that to people who not because they're homeless. It's not because they're homeless. It is people who exhibit signs of neglect of their own personal well-being, such that immediate medical attention and hospital attention is necessary, right? And that's the goal of this training, is to make sure we're really focusing on the people who meet that definition.
And what information goes into determining when someone cannot meet their own quote-unquote basic human needs?
Right, that'll be hashed out a little bit in the training. It's sort of, and I can give, and I don't want to get into every example. I can give an example, and this is not necessarily a subway example, but someone on a very cold night doesn't have enough, clothing or blankets, has, and is refusing, can't acknowledge the officers that they're an issue, won't accept any help, and maybe something like that. But I don't want to go into every possible scenario, but that'll be hashed out into the training.
I mean, if someone doesn't have on clothes, that wouldn't necessarily make me feel like they need to be hospitalized as opposed to needing resources to address that. So are you handling homelessness and mental illness separately? Is it being conflated?
It's not. I guess I would say that there are homeless people who have severe mental health issues, and
and there are some people that are just homeless.
They're just homeless, right? Mm-hmm. And this is not about homeless people. It's about people who have mental health issues such that they can't meet their basic needs. And I want to be clear, it is not, being homeless is not being incapable of meeting your basic needs. That's two different things.
Is the NYPD working with mental health professionals to be able to shape this training and to create these measures in which NYPD officers would engage and would be able to decipher? And also with the training, how frequent is that training going to happen with officers or with the training sergeants to be able to ensure that this information stays fresh with the officers?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole mayor's announcement has been, a cumulative effort, and it's, we were working with the mayor's office, DOHMH, DHS, on sort of the outlines of how it would work, and we'll work with them on making sure that our training is proper and correct. I don't know how often it'll happen. That I don't have right now, but it has been a cumulative effort between us and other agencies.
How does this directive relate to the administration's subway safety plan that was released in February 22, which explicitly states that such plan is intended to, quote unquote, address public safety concerns and support people experiencing homelessness and severe mental illness on New York City subways?
I think this is an expansion of that. I mean, and the mayor's plan isn't limited to, the most recent plan isn't limited to subways necessarily. But it's an expansion of that, and the goal is to provide help for people who need help, right? That is the underlying mission of this is to find people who need help and provide them help. And again, I just want to be clear, this new initiative is not a homeless initiative, it is a mental health initiative. And it's true that many chronically homeless individuals, chronically unsheltered homeless individuals, have mental health issues and substance abuse issues that sort of contribute to that. But it is a mental health issue, not a homelessness issue, even though there's overlap.
The plan also included comprehensive investments in short and medium-term solutions, such as expanding outreach teams with NYPD and clinicians, additional housing, and mental health resources. What steps has the administration taken since the announcement towards accomplishing these goals?
So, I can speak to what NYPD has been doing, and we've been working with our partner agencies to, make sure we have the teams out in order
And just
to
to be clear, I'm talking about in the context of the subway system. So I understand that this directive goes beyond transportation. So if you could answer it specific for
So those teams that I spoke about with DOH, MH, us going out with nurses, clinicians started in October. So that's part of the plan, that we have dedicated teams going out there.
Right, but my question is, what steps has the administration taken? Because there's a number of things besides deployment of NYPD that's included in this plan. What steps have been taken to be able to achieve some of these goals?
So I don't know. I don't know exactly what DOHMH and DHS has done in relation to that plan. We can go back and get an answer for you on that, but I don't, sitting here today, I don't know, not exactly sure what other agencies have done.
Okay. If people are being transported to hospitals under this directive, what is the administration doing to ensure once they're discharged, they won't end up back in the subway? And I'm going to just say, this is particularly close to heart for me because I've worked in a hospital before in the emergency department where it was a revolving door, where at nighttime NYPD officers would bring in homeless people, they would bring in people with mental illness. We would keep them warm at night, obviously feed them, but the next day they're back on the street. And that's not addressing the real issues that are at hand. So I just want to understand what the administration is doing to make sure that that's not what this is.
Yeah, and I know that was part of the plan and part of the discussions. And again, I'll have to get back to you on, the programs that the city's going to put in place for the people in the hospital. I have, the relevant agencies who would know better than me on that. I can tell you what our role is, and it's to work with the mental health professionals to get people in front of a mental health professional. But we can certainly get back to you on what the rest of the administration is doing part of the plan.
Yeah, because it's going to require significant, and I've read the mayor's plan. Some of them, I think, obviously are glaringly oh, this is not in place already. But then across the plan, it requires a lot of coordination, whether it's between judges or medical personnel. So I'm just curious if the administration has begun having those conversations, if they had it prior to releasing this directive, so to make sure that it's successful and achieves the goals that it sets out to. Also, I'd like to know, how will the mayor's new directive on involuntary hospitalization impact the work of these units?
Yeah, I think it will mostly, it builds on the work of the units, right? It is giving new guidance and directives on the situations where they can remove someone to a hospital. But it's continuing the work the units were already doing, but just sort of expanding the scenarios in which we can provide help to people.
I can imagine it's going to be time consuming because when an officer writes out a summons, that takes time. And now when you're talking about removing someone from the subway system and getting them to the nearest hospital, it'll probably take even more time, and then to do the paperwork. So, obviously this is still a relatively new directive, but it'll be interesting to see what that impact is going to be on the units.
Sure, and I think that's true that, we have experience with bringing people to hospitals, and it does take time, right? It's transporting them with EMS or to a place to get help. But I think, like the chief said, like the whole idea is to help people who need help, and we're willing to do whatever it takes to do that. It does take time to make that happen.
And individuals with severe mental illness tend to be disoriented, have atypical thoughts such as paranoia, and are generally not in the best position to comply collaboratively with law enforcement. If law enforcement engages and the individual reacts poorly, would the individual then be charged with a felony assault on a police officer, or will they still be taken in for an evaluation?
So let me answer that. Each situation is different. So could someone be charged with a felony assault? Yes. And could that help them with their defense? Yes. But mostly, just from experience, most time emotionally disturbed people are treated as that, emotionally disturbed people, and that's it. We're not going to tack on the additional arrest, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
What is the impact on overtime with this new directive? So far, what have you seen in terms of the overtime hours
Oh, overtime?
collectively?
So it is, I don't know the number of hours, but it's been 4 hours. It's typically 4 hours extended of the tour. So far, it's been about $28 million in overtime. We are in discussions with the state about possible reimbursement of that money, but that's where it's been so far.
In your testimony, Chief, you mentioned that there has been an increase in arrests by 46%. What are some of the categories with those arrests?
Yeah, so those are, and Inspector Porteous he'll detail all the top arrests that we have. I just want to be clear, the period I'm talking about is November 7th through December 4th.
November
7th through December 4th. So when you hear us say for the period, it's a 4-week period.
So is that $28 million for this period?
No.
Oh, okay.
When we talk about
Clarify now.
No.
Okay.
When we just talk about numbers, because you get to hear us talk, that's how we talk, period.
Okay.
Last week, the week that just started, is not, if you see, it's 12/12 now, because in the NYPD, we reset our crime stats. But here's what I can say in relation to crime, and I promise you, he's going to give you the arrest numbers you want in 1 minute. But I think it's important we get this out. We beat last week also by 20% in the transit system. The last 5 weeks in the subway system, the Transit Bureau has reduced crime 5 consecutive weeks since the start of the infusion of the additional cops. To put that in perspective, I think we're in week 49-ish right now, give or take, somewhere around there. The entire year, and we go week by week, the city in the transit system has only beat, did better in crime, 10 weeks the entire year. 5 of them are these consecutive weeks going into right now. So that's why I say it's extremely encouraging with the crime reduction. And make no mistake about it, anyone that's in this room, chair, everyone, and anyone listening to me, we're not claiming victory. There's still a lot of work to be done. We recognize that and we realize that. But the initial signs of this investment, this unprecedented investment is exciting for us, and it's positive, and we want to really keep that moving.
Yeah, the number you mentioned, the 46%, that was the year-to-date increase. I'll just run down the categories. Felonies.
Arrests.
Yeah, felony arrests. Okay. Yeah, there's 2,575 felony arrests, 5149 misdemeanor arrests, 485 violations. of those felonies, we made 451 robbery arrests. Felony assault, 371. This is year-to-date. She asked for the 46%. And grand larceny was 256 arrests. Looking at the guns, we mentioned guns. Year-to-date, we have 30 gun arrests. That's included in that 46%. Narco arrests, 555. Misdemeanor assaults, 463. Fair evasion, 1,907. So as you mentioned, we're up 46%. Even for the 28-day, we're up 38%. It's showing that our men and women are out there engaging the perpetrators that are committing these crimes.
So out of those arrests, how would you categorize anyone with severe mental health involvement? Or are they, again, separate?
So it's hard to quantify, but that's an interesting question because I asked that same question
I
a couple of days
think that's something
ago.
we need to unpack.
Yeah. So please don't quote me, but I think this is accurate, and we're going to get you the answer the best we can. Out of everyone arrested for a major crime in the subway system, just north of 40% have some sort of documented psychiatric history. Okay, so that was the number that was given to me verbally. I didn't see it, but that's what was passed along to me. So we're looking at, and that's major crimes. Those are the majors, the murders, the rapes, the robberies, the felony assaults, the burglary, the grand larceny, you know, the top crimes.
The 40% you're saying are all of the violent offenses, or is
Yes.
that across the board?
No. So that, you know, just focusing on who's committing the major felonies, the major crimes in the New York City subway system, just a little more than 40% have a documented psych history. And that's documented, you know, what about which isn't documented, right? And how do we capture that? So I don't know how we would go about capturing that.
So that would be my next question, is to the next steps in this process, understanding, as you had pointed out, these aren't the same, but in fact, there are some overlaps and overlays in this, and I think that, you know, if we want to be smart about how we attack it, how we address it, I should say, that I think that we should be working closely to try and figure out what those numbers are, how we separate them, and that will give us an idea on how we address it and remedy it.
Yeah, so
That's really the piece that, you know, the public is kind of focused on, and the purpose, part of the purpose of this hearing, being a joint hearing, Transportation and the Committee on Public Safety, like kind of really unpacking that out and figuring it out, and then working with each other to figure out how we can best address it and what are the things we can do.
yeah, I mean, just looking at 40% number, I'm looking at it right now, that's accurate. It's 333 out of 857. Interestingly enough, when looking at the types of crimes, 9 homicides in the subway system this year. 8 of those 9 8 of the 9 of them have arrests where the individual who perpetrated that murder has a documented history of emotionally disturbed behavior.
And when you mean, just for the record, has a history of documented emotionally or mental disturbed behavior, just to elaborate on that for the record? Meaning documented, like where did that come from?
Meaning we've had contact with them and it's documented on a report that they were either suffering from some sort of mental health.
Police report or a hospitalization report, or both?
It's definitely going to be from a police report. I don't know if we have access to the hospital reports. I think
Yeah, right. There's some confidentiality.
Yeah.
I got
thing.
you.
Yeah. So I think pretty sure it's reports that we had in contact with them.
we documented on an aided report is what we call, and we could query that.
So is there any mechanism that when you realize that there's some emotional or mental behavior involvement, what happens to that person
With the arrest?
Yes.
Well, that information, listen, we're one part of the process, probably the most visible. I like to say the most important, but that's not the truth. The next step of the process is the DA's office in that respective county. This information is passed along. So the DAs are the ones that are charged with the prosecution. We present them the case, and that's passed off to the prosecutors, and they'll be made aware. And they're certainly well aware of all the facts of the case, particularly who's arrested. Yes.
And I'm pretty sure every prosecutor's office has diversion programs that they can utilize if, a person's mental health was a significant contributor to the commission of the crime. They have off-ramps where you can get treatment. In exchange for treatment, you either get a lower sentence or a case dismissed, right? So I think every office has programs like that.
Thank you so much.
I have some more questions, but I'm going to yield to Councilmember Bottcher.
Thank you very much. My question is about cameras in subway stations. As you know, one of the challenges with securing these stations is how big they are, how many exits they have. West 4th Street, just as an example, you've got the entrances at West 3rd, and then blocks away you have the entrances at Waverly. You have 3 levels, you have 4 platforms. There are cameras at the exits and entrances there, but they're like analog cameras. They go to like a tape. They're not live cameras. The MTA president earlier talked about how they're getting the booth staff out of the booth, which is great, but why is it that why don't they have access to live feeds of the cameras around the station?
There are certain cameras we do have access to live feeds.
In some stations. So West 4th Street, for example, we went there in March on a walkthrough, and we were told at that meeting that there would be a live camera installed at the Waverly Street entrance, which we get a lot of complaints about that. A lot of constituents don't like to use that entrance. It's now December. We haven't heard anything from the MTA. Hoping to get an update from them soon. But is it part of your strategy to get live cameras?
We would love to have live cameras. Half of the cameras that are in the system now, you could view live. I know their intentions are to upgrade all those cameras to be viewed live. You'd have to ask them what schedule that's on, but again, we would love to view those cameras live, and we do get some great coverage from our partners in the MTA at different locations.
I want to jump on the cameras. I'm sorry. We love video cameras. They hold so much value, both as a deterrence. Make no mistake about it, the average bad guy knows where the cameras are. It's a deterrent, and it's an amazing investigative tool. It's got so much investigative value, the video cameras. This I can say, the MTA is fantastic with us with the video. If we need a source of video, we have access to that video almost instantaneously, right? So the expansion of the video that they've been talking about, expanding what's already out there video-wise, both in platforms, and you're right, the stations are expansive. Some of these stations, you tell someone the West 4th Street or the whatever station, and they're thinking, oh, some of these stations are tremendous. 2 or 3 cameras in an individual station is like a needle in a haystack. So they do have plans to expand it both on the stations and on the cars also. I think the ultimate goal from the MTA is to have every car outfitted with subway car outfitted with a video camera. But very, very supportive we are of the video. We use it all the time. These videos solve cases, big cases, and by solving these cases with the video, we're preventing new cases from happening.
What's the update on getting live cameras in stations throughout the system? Is it a big priority of yours, and have you spoken to the MTA about this recently?
It's a priority of ours, yeah. Like I said, we would love to have, live cameras, but it's on their schedule, to get these things upgraded.
And do the officers who are on the platform, do they have access to, when there are live cameras, do they have access to the live cameras on their devices?
So this I can say. Each transit district has access to cameras, in real time. There are 12 transit districts throughout the city, so they do have access to the cameras, and they should be viewing it. Also, at the Transit Bureau level, the Transit Bureau headquarters, we have a large room. We call it a command center. We call it a joint command center, where we have the cameras playing live, and we have restricted duty police officers viewing them. If they do observe anything out of the ordinary, whether it's a crime or an aided or any sort of condition, we do have procedure and mechanisms in place how they get that information from viewing it live right to the field level. So I don't know if that's where you were going. As far as the average cop viewing the camera on their cell phone, I don't believe that they have that ability.
So we're at the West 4th Street subway, and I ask the officer who's in the middle of the platform, very long platforms, said, can you see any of the cameras that are in this station? And he said, no, those cameras just take a tape, they're not live. But on my phone here, I can show you live
Oh, you know what?
of Times Square, of Port Authority.
Yes.
They can't see the entrances and exits of the station they're in.
Yeah, there are certain sources of video throughout the city that we do have access on the phone. In relation to which ones of them are in the New York City subway system, I don't have that answer for you. I can get you that answer. But right now, as I sit here, I can't with any sort of confidence give you a legitimate response on that. I apologize.
Just last question, do you think it would be a good plan for officers, the transit cops who are on the platforms, to have on their device the ability to see cameras of what else is happening throughout the station?
Quick answer, a one-word answer, yes, of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to go back to two quick questions. When we were talking about when someone who may have mental illness, if they're arrested, what are the guidelines for when they're charged with assault on officers?
As far as guidelines, I mean, again, yeah, every situation is different. I think it's a case-by-case basis. Here's what I can say. Every time a person's arrested and is treated for a psychiatric issue, that information is passed along immediately to that respective DA's office to make a decision on whether they're going to defer prosecution or move forward. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer to that, if that makes sense.
I hear you. My only thing is the absence of a standard, right? So if someone is arrested for a felony assault that may have mental health illness, because you said that some of them can be arrested, and so in those cases where someone who's mentally ill can be arrested for assault on a police officer, there should be a threshold or a standard in terms of guidelines with that.
Yeah, and we can bring that back, and I hear loud and clear what you're saying. If someone, again, it'll depend on the severity of the crime, if it's a murder.
Let me just take you, and I know because we broke up the question.
Okay.
But this is a follow-up from the question when I said, if law enforcement engages and the individual reacts poorly, would the individual then be charged with a felony assault on a police officer, or will they still be taken in for evaluation? Your response was that sometimes they will get arrested for felony assault.
Mm-hmm.
So in those cases, I'm asking you, what are the guidelines for when they're charged with assault on an officer?
I would say probably the overwhelming majority that assault a police officer are going to be charged. And then what happens to that case, how that individual case is disposed, will be determined at the next process in the justice system, usually at the district attorney level or at the judge's level.
I think this also stems back to the training that's needed, because if an officer cannot be able to properly identify if someone is having a mental health crisis, and then the aggression or the response is then viewed as an assault on the officer, you've now arrested someone who has mental health illness. So that's the concern.
Yeah, and that's a great concern, and we do recognize. You know, sometimes just the presence of the uniform alone could really take a situation far right. Just a cop just walking up, and we do recognize that, and that's why when we are confronting individuals, at least we're trying our best when we confront people with mental health issues, we're going with clinicians, we're going with people out of uniform to, really to try and prevent that from occurring. But that's, that in practicality, it's just not 100%. It just can't be done all the time. So there is training on this topic. You could talk about CIT training. We could talk about a specific type of training.
Yeah, the crisis intervention training, it's a 4-day training given at the police academy. I think, Tom, you have the numbers, but I think upwards of 60% of our officers are trained in that, and that includes like de-escalation. The training is great because it puts folks that experienced mental illness in the past as the trainers, so they give real live scenarios. It's been very well received by our officers, and it's given in the academy, and then it's also in-service training as well for our officers to go there and receive that training. So to your point, the better trained a police officer is, the better they'll be able to deal with somebody in crisis.
So I'm going to come back to this, but I want to be respectful because Councilmember Caban is chairing another hearing and has some questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. Also, the things you brought up make me want to completely throw away some of the things I was going to ask and follow up on that. But I guess quick questions to start is, does the NYPD have training materials, patrol guide updates related to the mayor's mental health directive? And if so, are you going to make those publicly available? And I'm just asking for a yes and no on both of those pieces, please.
Say that one more time. What directive?
Sure. Does the NYPD have training materials or patrol guide updates related to the mayor's mental health directive, yes or no? And if so, will you make those publicly available, yes or no?
So yes to the first question. To the second question, I don't know if that was a plan, but a patrol guide certainly, that's publicly on our website. But
Will you provide them to the council, if not publicly to start?
I'll go back and ask people about that.
I mean, I'm sure people are foiling as we speak. So it would be good to get those things moving. Does the NYPD track how long officers spend taking individuals to hospitals for mental health crises or episodes? And is that data available for the public to see?
No, we don't track that.
Okay. And then moving on, I want to go into some of the things that the chair brought up and your answer. I think it's interesting that you said that the presence of uniforms alone can really escalate a situation. And so it makes me question why we continue to do co-response if that is the case, especially when we do have an alternative model that is not a co-response in Be Heard. And then the other thing that I heard, and I'm going to be talking for a little bit here, is around that 4-day training that's being provided. And I want to put this in context. I sit on a steering committee of local elected officials across the country where we have spent the last year visiting different cities, trying to address their mental health crises, specifically visiting their alternative mental health response teams that are not co-response teams. And one of the things that was two of the things that were really striking was one thing that you mentioned. The stakeholders, which the police departments there are critical stakeholders in the success of these programs because they champion them. They tell them, we can't do this, we don't want to do it, we are no substitute for what these folks can do. And what these stakeholders have said, fire department, police department, the mental health professionals, is that a person experiencing a mental health episode or crisis in the moment overwhelmingly is not a dangerous imminently dangerous situation, but when you send the wrong responder with the wrong response, that's when it potentially becomes deadly, and we often see that with police interventions. And the other thing that they said, and it was striking because it's usually the police chief that communicates this piece, is that there is no amount of supplemental training that is a substitute for full-time professional mental health providers. And so, when I hear the answer of we want to have these other workers, and you acknowledging that, I appreciate that. And then you said it can't be done, but I would suggest or put forth that it can be done, but it's a matter of workforce allocations. And this isn't necessarily for you guys, but for the administration as a whole. When we have as many police officers as we have, but BHERD is going to be cut and they're not going to fill 50 plus, positions, when really we should be expanding that citywide. Again, something that's being told to us city over city across the country, that these programs should be expanded and be available citywide to have the right people responding to the right issues. I think that we can do better here, and it seems like there's, these binaries that are being tossed at us that I just want to put on the record that we should be collectively rejecting. I went on a diatribe, but I am going to ask you a final question. In the announcement about the mental health directive, the mayor said, quote, "We will develop a special cadre of clinicians paired with NYPD officers dedicated to the difficult work of getting New Yorkers in crisis into care." Is this referring to the currently existing NYPD co-response teams where an officer is paired with a social worker, or is he referring to some other NYPD unit?
He's referring to the teams now and additional teams that we're going to be going out.
Additional teams, do you mean that the co-response is being expanded, or new teams?
It's still in the works right now.
What, say that again?
It's still in the works right now.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, to be clear, is that we are going to see an expansion of co-response teams, so an expansion of police-involved
Not
mental health
necessarily
intervention,
co-response
while we're
teams.
seeing a cut in completely mental health and health professional-led teams like those that are part of BHERD.
That's not co-response teams that are going out. It's the teams are NYPD Transit Bureau and DOH and H folks that are going out together, not co-response. I think that's a different unit you were referring to.
Well, I'm talking about the subway NYPD co-response team, if that was part of...
That's not part of what Chief Pinella was talking about earlier.
But I think it involves, envisions more cooperation between the NYPD and other agencies, and its co-response is above ground and we have teams below ground. But I think that's, it involves more cooperation between us and other agencies to
Wait,
handle.
you're saying co-response isn't happening below ground?
I'm sorry. We have teams with the NYPD and mental health clinicians that are in the subways.
Yeah, because I've seen them.
Yeah, right. Yes, and then we have other teams that are above ground. So it involves, more cooperation between us and other agencies. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, my specific question was when he talked about developing a special cadre of clinicians paired with NYPD officers, put simply, is that referring to the currently existing NYPD co-response teams?
I don't know if that it's the current teams or if it's something new, joint efforts. I'm not sure.
So it sounds like
I can get
y'all
back to you
are
on that.
kind of operating and trying to implement the mayor's directive based solely on a few paragraphs and a lot of gaping gaps in information.
No, I don't think so. I think what I will say this is, our office and our partner agencies and the mayor's office have been working on this. We are talking about what's happening in the subway here. We can get more information about the full announcement for you. I mean, I don't know exactly how it's going to work personally, but we can get more information about the global plan for you guys.
Thank you. Would love all the information we could get. It sounds like this is being implemented as per the mayor's comments, but that there's still things that y'all don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to get a better sense of the staffing, adding on to what Chair Hanks had asked earlier in terms of the nurses, the clinical nurses. I'm interested in knowing how many clinical nurses are a part of this directive? And also, what is the ratio to officers for these, I guess, cohorts that go out?
So every night with our DOH-MH teams, we go out with at least one nurse clinician. So that's 6 teams. So there's at least 6 of them working. Sometimes there's a few more. I know they're in the process of trying to hire more
What's
nurses.
the composition per team, though?
It's usually 2 police officers with 1 nurse clinician.
Okay. And is the nurses dealing with, like, also the mental health aspect? So the nurse is all encompasses health and
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. And so it's only 6 teams. So how many stations is that? Is it 6 stations?
They do multiple stations. It's approximately 8 of the top stations that we're going to right now.
Are you able to share which stations?
Yeah, I could share it.
And while you're finding that, I'll just ask my last question. And it refers to DSS in terms of staffing that they may have in the subways also. How many, are they a part of the cohort with NYPD also? What does that look like?
So DSS goes out with us on 2 different levels, DHS. They go out with our original joint response teams. Those are 3 teams, so there's 2 police officers, 1 DHS social worker, as well as they assist us, or we work in conjunction with them at the end of the line locations also.
And then the second one?
I'm sorry?
You said it was 2 levels.
Yeah, the joint response teams and also the end of the line locations.
What is it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
End of the line operations.
Okay, end of line.
So right now, the GOHMH teams with us go to World Trade Center, 34th and 8th, 125 in Lex, 116th in Lex, the Times Square complex, which includes 4, 2, and 8, the Columbus Circle complex, ABCD, the 1 line, Broadway Junction out in Brooklyn, the A&C, and 149 and 3rd in the Bronx on a 2 and a 5.
So it's pretty much only Manhattan, 1 in Brooklyn, 1 in the Bronx.
At this point, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll hand it over to council. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn to public testimony. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists testifying in person, please come to the dais as your name is called and wait for your turn to speak. For panelists who are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. First, we will hear from Lisa Daglian, Charlton D'Souza, Raul Rivera, and Tawaki Komatsu. Lisa?
Press the button. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Thank you very much for having this hearing today. It's really interesting to hear all of the different aspects that go into keeping our transit system safe. As you have both pointed out and your colleagues did today, transit really is an essential service that keeps our city and our entire region moving, and without it, not only do we stop, but so does our regional economy, and most of us have no other way of getting where we're going. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you on the issues that matter to riders and to our city and the region. PCAC is the official voice of riders. We were legislatively created by the state in 1981, representing riders on New York City Transit, subways, buses, Staten Island Rail, the Long Island Railroad, and Metro North. So we've got a regional focus, but we all live here. Our members are volunteers, and we're regular riders. So we are stuck underground or riding smoothly as is everybody else. It's not a secret that COVID decimated ridership, and that the MTA is still scrambling to come back from that. We've seen the difference that a couple of years have made in terms of going from a real scarcity of people on the platform to having more and more. And it's true that there is safety in numbers, but it's also true that there is safety in having more police officers. And we have long called for data-driven deployment and additional tools that the police department is bringing to bear. And the collaboration between the MTA and the police department is really fruitful and beneficial as it grows, and their use of technology increases as well. So we're very pleased to see that. The programs like Cops, Cameras, and CARE program feed into that. It all costs money. And with the fiscal cliff that the MTA is facing, we're very concerned that all of the initiatives and all of the work that's gone into ensuring that there's sufficient service, frequent, reliable, safe, and accessible service is going to just fall off the cliff with the MTA's finances. And so we urge you to continue to work with the MTA, and we'll continue to work with you and state and federal partners to ensure that funding is available, not just for operating the system as we know it, but also to ensure that there's enough money for fare fares, something we heard a number of times in different contexts today. We need to fix fare fares too. We need to make sure that the eligibility requirements are expanded so that more people can take advantage of it. It's now 100% of the federal poverty level. Not enough people qualify for that. We'd like to see that expanded to the commuter rails also within New York City. That's going to take funding also. But as Penn Access comes online, as Grand Central Madison comes online, there's going to be so much more service that people will only be able to see go by their window if they don't have access to better fares through things like fare fares and also Atlantic Ticket and Freedom Ticket and other discount programs. There are other kinds of safety as well. And on Friday, we asked the MTA to ramp up their Mask Up campaign due to the triple-demic and the diseases that the winter brings, and that we're seeing on the increase. So we're not asking for a mask mandate, but just for the MTA to increase their language to say mask use is strongly encouraged, so that riders can bring joy and not germs home for the holiday. We are also concerned about the use of e-bikes, e-scooters, and e-mopeds in the system. It's something that the council is looking at very closely regarding, particularly in housing and in commerce. We know that people count on their mobility devices for work, particularly deliveristas. We don't want to take that away from people, obviously, but there has to be a safe way to transport people and their devices. Remade or reconfigured lithium-ion batteries can present real problems, as we've seen. My stepdaughter's apartment was in that building that on the east side, which is really scary. And we certainly don't want to see any issues like that underground or on transit. So we know that the MTA is working on a plan to, on a safety plan for those e-devices on transit. We ask also that as you are looking at legislation to not forget transit and transit riders, as you're considering things like no charging underground, no riding underground, and the whole context of what's going to keep people safe in all the myriad ways as we ride.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. We're all volunteers. We don't get paid for what we do, but we love our city and we love the subway. So I've been listening to this meeting very carefully, and these are the facts. There have been 60 people who have been killed by subway trains, 60, and 200 came into contact with the tracks in addition. And there's been 10 murders in the subway because there was that murder at West 4th Street. I've been to all of these crime scenes overnight, and I can tell you we have a wish list of things that we need from the city council. And the wish list of things we need is issues with communication. We've been trying to get a meeting with the mayor and the head of the city council. That hasn't happened yet. We would love to have that meeting. But NYPD needs a Twitter account for subways that is fully staffed with social media people, because most of the complaints that we get and that NYCT subway gets on their Twitter page, a lot of times the RCC people or the social media team at New York City Transit, they'll tell the passengers to call the BRC or call 311. And a lot of passengers don't have the time to do that. So there has to be a better way to do real-time reporting. As far as the 311 system, the mobile app, it's very hard to put tickets in there because in the drop-down menu, like if you see a condition at a subway station, like Waverly Place at West 4th Street, which we've been complaining about for the last 2 years over there, a lot of times the police officers, when you go up to them and you ask them for assistance, they'll tell you, oh, it has to, a 911 call has to be placed. And there's a lot of problems. So one of the things is it takes over 2 hours for the Bowery Residents Committee to respond to transport the homeless. And a lot of times the homeless will just say, to hell with this. I can't wait here. I want to go now. Another thing we're having is train crews overnight are having a hard time finding a police officer. There's been instances where I've been in situations where we needed a police officer. When we complain to the train crews, we're told by the rail control center, or the conductors told on the radio for police en route, which means basically you have to find a police officer somewhere down the line. And as far as the private security guards, they're doing an excellent job, but what wasn't brought up at this hearing was they make minimum wage, they don't have health insurance, and they're doing a better job in some cases than the police officers, because a lot of times when the private security guards see a situation and they're trying to call the NYPD, a lot of times they don't come. This is the problem with 911. I've called 911 in situations. I had to call 3 times. There was a situation where I was on an E-train, and this guy had exposed himself to 2 women on the train. So what ended up happening was I was chasing him down Queens Boulevard, and I called 911 3 times. The first 2 times they disconnected on me. The 3rd time I got an operator, and the operator told me, oh, a ticket's been put in the system. It wasn't until I found a captain sitting in a patrol car who helped me out. And it turns out the guy had 2 priors. That's just one situation. I've actually been assaulted in the subway system. I've had alcohol thrown in my eyes. I was punched by an emotionally disturbed person. So what we need from the city council, why is it that DHS, Department of Homeless Services, and the Bowery Residents Committee is not here. We've been asking for them to come to the MTE meetings, to come to the city council meetings. You have all these nonprofits, and millions of dollars is being given to them, but there's no accountability. You guys, and the MTA is a transportation service provider. Their job is to provide transportation, not to deal with homeless or safety issues. So there's a lot of frustration going around, and I think the city council needs to meet with us. The mayor needs to meet with us at Passengers United. We have cost-effective solutions. Like, I feel like you guys are going, it's like in a haze. You know, everyone's going round and round, but nobody knows what's really happening. And I ride the system overnight. I've seen people getting robbed. I've had to break up fist fights. I'm not trained to do this, you know. And the other day I was on a 6 train. This guy had a hypodermic needle in his hand, and he was jumping up on the bars. And there was a woman sitting right next to him. And I told those 3 customers, I said, guys, let's get out of the train. Guess what? He comes holding the hypodermic needle out of his hands, and he comes running into the next car. There is no safety underground. It's right at your own risk. Our lives are in danger. And my fear is, you know, I might end up dead on the subway because that's what's happening. There's no accountability right now.
We're not going to claim that one, but thank you, Mr. D'Souza. I haven't seen you in years, but I'm glad to see that you're still advocating in this way. I'm going to have my staff connect with you so that we can schedule a meeting and work through that list.
Sure. If you have any questions I can answer, or for you, or...
Yeah, so when you talk about communication, which I find, you know, very important, have you thought about any type of communication that you found to be effective that that the city agencies, whether it be NYPD or whomever, are not utilizing that could utilize it?
Well, to answer your question, just now, the police that were here, I had asked them if we could set up a meeting with them. None of them would give me their business cards. The guy just took my phone number down. And this was the same thing with the other transit police chief. He did not communicate with us. But to answer your question, we have had some positive encounters with the police. Like the other day, I was on an F train. The guy was smoking weed on the train, and he was urinating in a cup. And the train pulled into 169th Street. Right away, all of us ran, but I saw 2 police officers, and I pointed them out. I held the doors, and I said, the guy's right there. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it works. But overall, the police department, I feel like the officers, the morale has dropped, you know, and it's just the whole city. People don't want to get involved anymore, but we have to take our city back. And mental illness, which I understand the mayor's working on the safety component now. We've got to drill down on the mental health component. We've got to get this right. We still don't know how many SOS teams are in the subway system each night. Like if you go to Jamaica Center or 179th Street, ever since the MT police deployment was taken back, they ended that at 179th Street. Now you go down there at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. You see people hanging out, people harassing the conductors. You know, the conductors are so scared now, they keep the doors closed inside the subway until it's time to pull out, until they get the indication lights.
Well, first and foremost, we want you to stay safe. So you be careful out there, right? That's the first thing, and I appreciate your comments because they're very helpful to me and Chair Brooks Powers. I would really like if you have your testimony written, that you email it to me or at least copy me when you send it to the chair.
Sure.
And just so I have a...
I would just need your emails because I just found out about this meeting overnight. At like 8 o'clock this morning, I found out
I'll
about
make sure
this.
that you have, I'll give you one of my business cards.
Yeah,
I
sure,
appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more thing, the auxiliary police, a lot of them are being put in the subway system. I'm thinking about becoming an auxiliary police officer. We need them. Please add more funding to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, Powers, Chair. How you doing? Nice to see you again. My name is Raul Rivera. I'm a New York City TLC driver. I'm a TLC driver advocate. I'm also the founder of NYC Drivers Unite. We do have an issue with safety in the subways, and I know this firsthand because the passengers I pick up throughout the city don't want to use the subway system. It's not safe. I'm picking up passengers doing 2-minute trips, 3-minute trips. I got passengers complaining that they're spending so much money on Uber and Lyft because they're afraid to take the subway. So that's one issue right there. I mean, personally, as a native New Yorker, I'm 53 years old. I lived through the crack epidemic, the abandoned buildings. I've seen it all in 53 years. I've seen plenty. And I think one of the most important things that we need, I don't know who's going to do it. I don't know if it has been done, but the MTA needs to be audited. They need to be audited. We need to know where every dollar is going. We also don't need the MTA to go on the back of the drivers and try to take money from the drivers. Why do we have to give our money to the MTA? I'm sure they have plenty of money. They're mismanaging it. They're doing something that's not right. This is for decades. Every year, we need more money, more money, more money. It has to stop. Another thing that I want to say is I was in Brooklyn, and I needed to take the train, so I took the R train into the city, and I needed to go and purchase a Metro card. So I went to the machine, and the machine was all out. The machine didn't have Metro cards. So then I went to the token booth clerk, and I tried to give her $3 just so I can go in and take the train. She said, "Don't worry about it, just go." And I left. So fare evasion is a big thing. Also, the fact that the MTA doesn't want to take money, it may explain why they need money. If you don't want to take money, it doesn't make sense. So on that note, we want to say thank you to the committee, and we want to say thank you for Resolution 419. We hope that comes to be. That's what New Yorkers need. New Yorkers need to vote on that. And thank you for Resolution 292A, because everybody's looking for the Uber driver now, and everybody's looking for the commuter van. They don't want to ride the subway system. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next we'll hear from Leo Ferguson on Zoom. Leo?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Leo Ferguson. I'm the Director of Strategic Projects at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice. Thank you, Chairs Brooks Powers and Hanks, for the opportunity to testify. Our community is profoundly disturbed by the mayor's dangerous new plan to involuntarily detain New Yorkers in the subways and elsewhere based on the impression of an unqualified police officer. Since the mayor thinks it's appropriate for these officers to make mental health assessments, I guess it's okay for me to make my own. They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. By that definition, the mayor and supporters of his plan might be candidates for a safe, consensual evaluation provided by a real healthcare professional. This is because the NYPD has repeatedly shown itself to be incapable of safely interacting with people they believe to have psychiatric disabilities. The NYPD's failures are written in the blood of Kowalski Trawick, a young artist who was in his kitchen making dinner, a threat to no one, when the NYPD arrived at his door because of a misunderstanding about his mental health. 112 seconds after opening his door to the officers, Kowalski's body was lying on the floor of his own apartment, shot to death by the NYPD. This is the same fate that met Deborah Danner, Sahid Basil, and so many others with mental illness at the hands of the NYPD. At least 16 dead just since 2020. Why would this time be any different? The mayor claims that officers will receive special training to implement this plan, but after the NYPD trained its officers in de-escalation in 2015, the number of New Yorkers killed by the police during a perceived mental health crisis didn't decrease, it actually doubled. So why would this time be any different? The NYPD has also proven itself incapable of responsibly wielding the awesome power of involuntary commitment. For example, in 2009, NYPD officer and whistleblower Adrian Schoolcraft began reporting widespread officer malfeasance in the 81st Precinct to NYPD Internal Affairs. In response, officers began a campaign of harassment and retaliation against
Thank you, time has expired.
In the most egregious incident, the NYPD raided Schoolcraft's home, violently handcuffed him, and involuntarily committed him illegally, where he remained in prison for 6 days. The only way that we're going to get out of this is effective long-term care for people with psychiatric disabilities, in which clients are active participants in their own treatment. Without significant prior investment supportive housing, mental health clubhouses, psychiatric hospital beds, community-based wraparound services, and other real forms of care. The reality is that the mayor's plan will be a revolving turnstile that sends people with psychiatric disabilities right back into the subways, more traumatized and far less likely to accept offers of care in the future. That is the definition of insanity. I hope this council will take very seriously its responsibility to effect enduring positive change for everyone who rides transit, those of us who are just trying to get to work safely and reliably, and those of us who are vulnerable, struggling, and deserve real care, not a dangerous exercise in optics. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Young-Mi Lee. Young?
Good afternoon. My name is Young-Mi Lee, and I'm the legal director of the criminal defense practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. BDS is a public defense office representing approximately 22,000 people each year who are accused of crimes, facing the removal of their children or deportation. We'd like to thank the Committees on Public Safety and Transportation and Infrastructure and Chairs Hanks and Brooks Powers for holding today's hearing. We hope today's hearing will prompt the city and the mayor to look for real, long-term solutions. In recent weeks, local media has been dominated by stories on mental illness, being unhoused, and crime. This narrative has been intertwined with news coverage on crime in the New York City subway system. The coverage continues to spin a false narrative linking mental illness and being unhoused to increased rates of violence. I want to focus on the testimony that I heard earlier today from both the MTA as well as the NYPD. I want to first address the topic of transit bans. We've testified previously that transit bans will only perpetuate the oppression, the inability to access services within the legal system, and will just further perpetuate the inequities within New York City. I also want to emphasize that New York City, unlike Boston, is an incredibly large city geographically. We have clients who come to court from within Brooklyn, and it takes them sometimes more than an hour and a half using the MTA system. And to deprive people from using the only form of transportation they have to access not only legal services, but other social services would be incredibly detrimental for
Thank you.
our
Time has
clients.
expired.
You can finish your statement.
I also want to wrap up that in terms of resources and where our money goes, although the NYPD talks about the importance of surveillance and technology, again, when we're talking about what we really need in order to address public safety, obviously we need to spend our resources on supportive housing and programs for those who are most in need, who find refuge within the subway system for shelter at times. And so I would ask the city, the mayor, when we're talking about mental health issues and services, the answer is not in increasing the police presence, increasing technology, but it lies mostly in providing resources, supportive housing and programs. And finally, I would like to add that we would ask the City Council to call on the state legislature to pass a Treatment Not Jail Act, which is sponsored by Ramos and Forrest. This bill is an important tool needed to address the mental health crisis in New York by expanding access to mental health treatment to those with mental illness who have been charged with a crime. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we will hear from Tawaki Komatsu.
Hi, I'm Tawaki Komatsu. I've testified repeatedly during your hearings. One of the issues that was discussed during today's hearing is about mental health. I currently have active litigation about that issue. In particular, I have a petition for writ of certiorari that I have to file with the U.S. Supreme Court within a week. So with regards to the testimony presented today by the NYPD and so forth, basically there hasn't been any training for NYPD personnel to kidnap New Yorkers. The video that I'm about to play is from December 26, 2017, where a member of the NYPD illegally stalked and illegally arrested me before I whipped him in court. Sorry. I think, just one sec.
Listen, is there a fucking sign that's supposed to be closed? And then I close at the moment, but you're not supposed to.
Let me rewind.
Is there a sign
saying no pass?
10-5 plus, when the.
There we go. I know it's hard to see, but
I can't see that far, but can you do the volume?
well, there's a 30-second delay between when they activate the camera. Is it playing? Doesn't help, but I can email you a link to the video later.
EDP. So you go figure that out. Hold on. Why is the fucking federal judge having a fucking hearing about how often you assholes lie? 8 post 1. Pick of an EDP, East 156 in Clinton. Have a bus, 1 additional 90. Clinton Avenue. Every single fucking day, people want to know 10-4 Central. Hold on, boss. Not enough. Is there a sign saying you can't do that? Listen. Is there a fucking sign? That's supposed to be closed, and then I close at the moment, but you're not supposed to be going through. Is there a sign saying no? Is there a sign saying no pass? 10-5? Exactly. Go to the hospital. Relax. There's no reason to 176 in Clinton. Yo, relax. Relax. You're going to the hospital. Relax. Sir. Relax. He told me to go my way. Relax.
Anyway, I'll email you a link to the video later, but here's the issue. He didn't turn on his body camera from the very instant he subjected me to a stop in a public corridor between a park and a school that actually bisects one street. So the point is, if you have kids, for example, if a member of the NYPD puts their hands on one of your kids, you're not going to like that at all. So he did that thereafter. There was an Uber car he stopped about 3 months later. The CCRB did an investigation. He didn't turn on his body camera. So point is, this hearing today is about safety in the subways. I also have litigation against the former mayor's head of security, Howard Redman. If you just Google his name in the papers. DOI did an investigation against Howard Redman. He's still assigned to the NYPD, assigned to special ops. So with regards to the testimony today by the MTA's head, if you actually take a look at the MTA's rules, if you want to have a publicity stunt, a press conference in the subway, the MTA's rules prohibit people from having a press conference near a staircase, near a turnstile, but politicians do that all the time. So point is, on July 25th, 2017, Bill de Blasio had a publicity stunt at the City Hall subway station right by here. It was recorded on video. You had all these censors in the press that were over there earlier today during today's hearing. No one covered what transpired. So the point is, if the roles were reversed, if you were a member of the public and you knew that a politician was going to have an event wherever it may be, you have a First Amendment, 14th Amendment right to speak, meaning if there's some view that you wanted to express lawfully, it's just two people in the same place at the same time who have an equal right to express whatever they want to say. But what happened then was that Bill de Blasio, despite the fact that he was conducting an illegal publicity stunt in that subway station that I was fully aware of, he had his head of security grab my arm while I'm lawfully exercising my First Amendment right on a platform that's separated from the other area of the subway station by a metal fence. And I had one of his security detail guys standing directly in front of me. So there's no security issue. I'm separated from the mayor by the metal partition goes from the floor to the ceiling. And this keeps happening. Even Ryan Dwyer, I saw today, there was a public hearing, I think back in April in the building here. He didn't let me come. So, I mean, I don't have any ill feelings against you. I haven't really talked to you before, but I've been testifying in city council hearings since 2017. People haven't done anything. I've talked to Kelman Yeager, who was here. And the other thing too, with regards to a quorum, if you're going to have a public hearing, I think you need more than one council member in the room. That's a committee council, but you're the only council member. So technically there's no quorum right now. So with regards to New York State's open meetings law, I can have this hearing canceled on the grounds that basically your colleagues chose to boycott my testimony. Oh, by the way, back to your issue, federal judges have
Thank you. And with that, we will now officially close the hearing on the Committees of Transportation and Infrastructure, jointly with the Committee on Public Safety.